soy lattes, time to get played. Y'all out here crying for lawbreakers, banging pots like toddlers in a tantrum, while real Americans are laughing our asses off at your woke-ass anthem. A chick who tried to ram agents with her ride, and now she's a martyr. Bitch, please, that's homicide, suicide. Postmenopausal Karen's foam at the mouth, spitting and shrieking, blocking cop cars like they're saving the world from deporting the freaking gangbangers, rapists, traffickers. Nah, keep them all, they say. We're crying about fascism in there. Safe space protests a fucking no-show. Whoa, weirdos wailing in the snow. What a goddamn joke, yo. Banging pots and pans like broke-ass toddlers at 3, while ICE does the job y'all too pussy to see. Upside down flags, frog suits, lawn chairs in the street. Y'all call this resistance? Nah, it's just elite defeat. Waste of time, waste of air, waste of everybody's day. Go home, snowflakes. Law and order's here to stay. Inflatable frog costumes, really that's your big move. Portland's finest freaks, looking like Pepe on shrooms. Shining flashlights in hotel windows all night long, trying to keep agents awake. Bitch, that's just wrong. Yoga dancing in front of detention centers. What the hell? Cosplay revolutionaries, straight out of progressive hell. Non-binary screechers with whistles up their ass, honking horns for hours. Man, y'all got no class. Hey, y'all got no class. Hey, ho, ho. This protest's a fucking no-show. Blue-haired banshees in the snow, putting on a shit show. Throwing snowballs at badges, then crying brutality. Grow the fuck up, that's just reality. Aztec dancers, giant birds, puppets in the rain. Your signs melt faster than your tiny brains. Waste of time, waste of tears, waste of taxpayer dough. Abolish ICE, nah, abolish this stupid show. Y'all scream no fascist USA while blocking the road, harassing agents doing jobs y'all never know. Calling for blood when it's your side getting caught, then play victim when the pepper spray's hot. Fat girls jumping on hoods, megaphones and faces. Gay boys doing the taser dance in their safe spaces. Defending Venezuelan thugs and child molesters too, while pretending you're the heroes. Fuck me, that's new. Over 1,000 events, congrats on the circle jerk. Tiny towns full of trustafarians, going berserk. Source checks cash in, indivisible scripts in hand, marching to the beat motherfucking no-show. Whoa, weirdos, blue hairs, freaks in the snow. Go! Banging pots, blowing whistles, honking like clowns, while law and order shuts your bullshit down. Frog suits, lawn chairs, upside down rags in the wind. Your whole damn movement's where logic goes to end. Waste of time, waste of life, waste of everybody's night. Get a real job, dipshits, or at least get a life. So here's to you, anti-law and order brigade. Keep screaming in the cold while the grown-ups get paid. Your absurdity's legendary, your logic's a joke. 6 minutes of roast, now choke on that smoke. Stay woke, losers, or better yet, just stay home. Law and order wins, y'all just got owned.
All right, hello everybody. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth, a special long-form edition on Saturday evening. It's now 6:11 p.m. Eastern, 3:11 p.m. on the left coast, and we are monitoring a number of different breaking news stories today, and that's why I decided to go live 3 hours early, and I plan on staying live till 11 or 12 o'clock tonight. So it's going to be a long night. You guys are going to have to understand when I take breaks. I'm not going to be able to monologue for 5 or 6 hours. So I'm going to be on and off monologuing, along with taking audio from all the different sources that we have. So what's going on tonight? Well, wow, let me tell you, there's a lot. I don't expect a lot of numbers in right now, but they will start showing up as they realize we are live. This is not the time I normally go live. We are normally live at 9 p.m. Eastern every night. And I say every night, we try to go every night. I miss 1 or 2 nights a month. So it's a hell of a commitment, but I think it's worth it. A lot of people enjoy this kind of news content. This is original multi-screen content. In other words, I go on every night and I try to bring all of the sights and sounds of Earth all at one time. And since this is a different broadcast, not what we normally do every single day, I will just go ahead and start by saying I got this idea, guys. I work at a TV station. I produce conservative talk radio for a living on the Fox News channel. And we've got a very large local news that actually broadcasts their news on 3 different TV stations. And they're the news source for about 12 or 14 radio stations, too. And that's Wink News. And so basically, when I'm at work, if something big, I produce radio, but when I'm sitting there and my show's coming up in an hour and something big just happened, and I don't know what just happened, and I need to figure out what just happened because I'm about to go live. We've already got feeds going down. I'm going to talk about that in just a minute. This protest today's been a bust, but we're still going to cover what's left of it. But anyway, so the reason how I got this idea to do the multi-screen news format, which is unique. I don't know anybody else that does it. There's some YouTube channels that will show a bunch of different things at once, but they don't present it as news like I do. And so here we go. I got this idea from sitting in the control room at the TV station. Anytime something would happen, I would walk down the hall and I would sit in one of the extra chairs in the back behind the producer, and and I would watch all of the national feeds, the local feeds, everything coming in all at one time. And it's a great way to catch up on everything that's going on at that moment in time, because this is what it kind of looks like behind, behind the scenes in the control room. And so I also, even in my radio station, we have 7 or 8 screens in the control room. It's kind of like this. You can see everything at one time. We've got multiple TV channels up at one time. And so I said, I'm going to do this. I'm going to create coverage that is this. That is, it looks like instead of what you see on TV, it's more like what you would see sitting behind the producer. And so I hope you guys like it. It's a little bit different. You guys, Maggie, I see you're in there. I hope you're still here. A lot of people come in and they don't know what this is and they leave, and unfortunately, but we'll hopefully get them back again. But anyway, that's what this is. My name's Ian. This is StarShip Adventures. The show's called The Sights and Sounds of Earth. And again, we're on every night at 9 p.m. And we try to provide you with a unique look at the world, specifically the United States of America, and worldly things that affect the United States directly. All right, so tonight I had live feeds up from a bunch of different protests, and as I was coming into the show, they all went down. So I've got up Fox Now, Fox Weather. We've got a big storm system tonight. There's a lot going on. So from the top, we're going to have full coverage tonight of the severe weather. We got storm chasers on the ground. We got a 3 out of 5 threat for 6 states tonight. And there's several million people under threat of severe weather right now, and we're going to be monitoring that. We currently have 1 tornado warning and a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. Also flooding going on in Texas. We're going to check in on that as well. And we have a tropical system forming right now in the Gulf of America, and we're going to be hitting that as well. Along with analysis, we're going to look at the models. We're going to look at rainfall potentials. And we will spend some time doing that as well. And then we're going to be covering what's been so far a bust today. From what I've seen, I've been monitoring for the last 6 hours. I've been monitoring all of the different feeds that are coming out, and I got to tell you, I think the liberals are. I think these leftists and these communists, I think they're kind of petered out right now. It's been. Allentown, sure. What state? There's about 9 Allentowns. And yeah, we'll be glad to look that up real quick and see what's going on. Let me see if I forget how to do that. I'm doing really good with this new radar, but I haven't searched for a town yet. So I'm not sure. I know there's a way to do it. I saw it. There it is. I found it. Allentown, PA. Well, that makes sense because that's where all this shit's going on. Well, look at you. You got a has cam right there. Okay, so yeah, we got a has cam right in your neighbor, right near you. It's shooting up in the air, though, unfortunately. But yeah, right now, nothing. The first wave has gone by you, and it's going to be a while before the second wave arrives. But you are in the 3 out of 5 enhanced risk for severe weather this weekend or tonight in Allentown. So yeah, there you go. I don't see anything imminent. I mean, if I had to go outside and get something done, I'd do it right now. Because eventually what's back here near Sunbury and even further back in Punxsutawney, back here, I like to always find town names that people would recognize. Punxsutawney Phil, remember, the groundhog that predicts the weather? He's a meteorologist too, after all. Anyway, he's back there, and some storms just came through there, and all that is moving across. So there you go. That is what it is right now. There's the composite to make sure we don't miss anything. Now, this looks like a clustered effed mess, okay? I want you guys to understand what you're looking at on the map. So let's take just a minute here to take a look at what we're looking at on the map, okay? So let's zoom in a little bit. Now, what are these squares? Squares are actually wind gust alerts. This was a 63-mile-an-hour wind gust. So every time you see a little square, that is wind. If you see a little tornado symbol or a little upside down triangle, there, tornado, location, 3 miles south-southwest of Somerville, Jefferson, and that was 2 hours ago. So these are reports. I've got them set on 2 hours. They won't last longer than about 2 hours. The circles, boom, circle, rain. These are heavy rain markers. And of course, the different colors tell you the severity. There's Clarion got a flash flood earlier, about an hour ago. They were getting flash flood conditions. So this is really cool. It's a new feature that just got added. Another thing is the H's you see here, these are has cams. These are great because usually someone dials in and operates the camera when severe weather's going by. And we've actually caught several tornadoes on these has cams so far. So it's been pretty cool. Another great resource here for us to use on weather-wise. And then we've got these blue little photographs or cameras. If it's a photograph, it will give you a shot of what it looks like there on the highway. So it's just another way for us to see what's going on in this area. Now, these little pictures of people like this, he's a storm chaser, or should I say, she's a storm chaser. This is Jennifer McMahon, and the one time I choose to gender, it happens to be the one female storm chaser we've got out today. But there she is, and she is traveling now behind the storm. So now she has to decide, am I going to try to get back in front of this thing, or am I going to back off and wait for the next one? There is going to be waves of this coming through tonight. But there's where she's at right now. We've got another storm chaser here. And you can see all the different information is available here in one click. Very happy with this weather-wise. They've made some really good changes lately. And I generally don't like updates. But this has been pretty good. What is this? A flood reported. It's a municipality of Monroeville, 2 miles northeast of Monroeville. They've got major flooding. All right, so we can basically look at everything that's going on at one time with this map. Now, you can see this green circle right here. I know it's hard to denote all the different circles, but there's a green circle right here. That is a mesoscale discussion. That is basically kind of like a heavy rain watch or a heavy precipitation watch for anything in this area. Okay, the orange, anything inside this orange here, that is the 3 out of 5 threat level for severe weather tonight. Now I can turn that off, which I'm probably going to do, guys, because it gets to be too complicated. You can leave it on now, but look how, see, it kind of helps when you turn it off, I think. Okay, now let's go in, let's look. We got a tornado right now. Oh, and it looks like it's hooking up, guys. It looks like it's heading towards Hancock. Where are we at here? This is, New York. My God. I don't normally chase storms this far east that often because they don't get the big long tracks out here. Okay, so here we go. This is, what the hell state is... It's all New York. Okay, so we're in New York, just barely. And I do have a camera in front of this thing, but it's just a still camera. And it doesn't really tell us much. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Let's analyze this storm here. We do have some rotation in there, a bit of a couplet. And not a complete couplet, but definitely trying to form a circulation center there. And boom, that last one actually looks even more impressive. And we're also starting to see it hook a little bit. You have to remember these things always generally present the same things. On this, which is the reflective radar telling you the amount of rain, you generally get the J hook, and there it is right there. And then when I switch it over, when I switch it over to the radial velocity, you can see there, boom, that's right where it is. This tells you the speed of the wind, the speed of the rain in the clouds. All right, so there we go. That's our vortices right there as it's moving southeast towards Hancock, New York, and eventually Long Eddy and Equinuk. Equinuk, I guess it is. Okay, and yes, Cherokee, that is correct. That's one of the 5 reasons we are on tonight. I generally go on if I have 1 or 2 big things going on. I'll go on early like I did tonight. We've got 5 things going on. We got full coverage of this severe weather in the Northeast, where we can expect really bad weather in 6 or 7 states tonight. We're also covering the Gulf of America situation down there, where we've got a deepening low right now, a strengthening low pressure system. Also, we're covering the anti-American, anti-law and order protests that are going on across the country, although nobody's live streaming. And we're going to talk about that, but I'm having a real hard time finding what's going on out there because normally there would be a bunch of people live streaming, just not happening today. I don't know. I think the left is kind of petered out. Maybe they're protested out. I don't know. I think there's something going on right now in the Democrat Party, and I'm going to get into this later on because we got 6 hours to cover here. I'm going to get into this later on. I think we've got a lot of people in the Democrat Party saying, wait, whoa, I was good up till this socialist shit started. I actually spoke to someone the other day that says, well, I'm kind of a Democrat, but I'm not going to be a socialist. And I said, that's a good way to put that, because that's what your party's doing. And he goes, yeah, I know. I think that a lot of the protesters, a lot of the extremist protesters, maybe they think communism is a bridge too far, because every time they go out and protest, the communists come out and hijack the protest. And so we're seeing this fairly good rift opening up now, where you've got a lot of diehard Democrats that are just going along to get along with the social train. And then you got a lot of other Democrats that have a little more head on their shoulders, and they're saying, whoa, wait a minute. This is the shit my grandmother and grandfather warned me about. What are we doing here? And I think that may be part of the reason why some cold water's been thrown on this whole protesting thing. We had one person try to run over an ICE agent and get herself shot and killed. That was Renee Good. And we had protesting for weeks and weeks and weeks. They were protesting around hotels. They were protesting all the buildings. They were protesting everywhere. Then we had another situation, and finally they're protesting at 12 below zero in Minnesota. And then the teachers' unions coming out every Sunday to protest in the big cities. And all these unions and all these leftists and all these weirdos and goofballs. And then all of a sudden, their movement literally gets hijacked by communists, right at the same time that this whole movement's going on with Zoran the Commie Memdami up in New York, and the 3 new communists that they're going to be electing to the House. We've got a real movement underway to take over, and they're coming right out and saying that's what they're doing. There's no more behind the scenes. There's no more, well, we don't say the quiet part out loud. No, they're writing the quiet part right on the wall now. They don't care. They're doing it. It's being done. They're going after capitalism. That's the bottom line. Socialism is the opposite of capitalism. Communism is the opposite of free trade and capitalism. And that's what they want. While they sit there and call us fascists, they act like a bunch of fascists trying to be a bunch of commies. I don't understand it. It's just amazing to me that this is going on. Was it a libertarian? I don't know what the question means. No. Look, libertarians are to the right, far right. Libertarians are very conservative, but feel like that the government should not be involved at all in most things. I'm somewhat libertarian myself, and I'm a constitutional libertarian. But that makes me a very conservative. Yeah. Thanks, Tom, for hitting that like button. Hit that like button, everybody. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, the left has sure changed over the years. The left was the blue collar party. I mean, they were literally the party of the blue collar worker, the guy that goes every day and turns a wrench at a factory. And they've left that now. Even as many as 50% of the members of the AFL-CIO voted for Donald Trump. That's crazy. Donald Trump got all the police, fire, EMS unions, the government unions, the what they call the public sector unions, and he ended up getting a bunch of the private sector unions too. And like I said, he's really strained what's going on with the AFL-CIO, and now he's putting up tariffs. He's bringing jobs back to this country. That's what the union's been wanting these presidents to do for the last 50 years. Donald Trump has done more of the things that the unions wanted done. They just don't realize it. And they're starting to realize it. And that's why the left has completely lost the working class. And that's why they're losing elections now. And now, if we can get this SAVE Act passed and get their cheating to stop, because we know it's rampant. A bunch more documents have just been released. I have AI parsing them. We know right now that this is going on, and we know that most of the fraud is on the left. It always has been, actually. And so we have to get this SAVE Act passed. Once we pass the SAVE Act, we take all of the racial product out of the districting, which we did with a Supreme Court decision. We're going to end up picking up 10 or 12 House seats because we deracialized. House seats were given to what they call majority-minority districts. They would give so many House seats to black areas and certain things so that they could make sure that there would be at least a certain amount of Democrats or a certain amount of black folks or a certain amount of Hispanic folks. That's racist. We don't do that kind of stuff anymore. Okay? So they took that element out, and now the redistricting can be done however you want to do it in each state. And, of course, the left redid some of theirs, too. And we lost some seats, but we're going to gain more. We gained 10 or 12 seats. 10 probably for sure. And so basically what ends up happening is you've got you lose the blue collar, you lose the unions. You then, the guy that gets elected goes out and does the things the unions always wanted the president to do, tariffs, helping us get our factories, get the lights back on in our factories here in the United States. These are all things that are very important. And the blue-collar men, as well as the managers and leaders and union personnel, all understand this. And that's why Donald Trump is doing so well right now, because he managed to bring a large part of the blue party along. Now, there's a certain percentage of Republicans, like about 15%, that hate Trump, and they won't vote for him. But that's easily made up by the number of people he brings over from the center, and even people who just till recently considered themselves on the left. It's because he's doing these things that make America great and strengthen our workforce and strengthen our salaries and things like that. You don't need unions to artificially stimulate this and pump up that and everything else. That's another thing. I think more and more people every day are realizing that the free markets are the way to go. That's why the United States has the freest of free markets here, even though it's still not technically free. It's almost. We have very free markets here. And because of that, most everything that ever gets invented is invented here. Yeah. How many life-saving drugs have been invented in the Middle East? All right. I mean, we invented everything from penicillin to Velcro. I mean, you name it. All the Thomas Edison. I mean, look at all the people over time. It's because the free markets produce a situation where people want to achieve and they work really hard to achieve. That's what capitalism is. The left would take that away. How many major drugs or cures to diseases have been created in Russia or the USSR? If anybody knows of one, please put it in the chat. Okay, and stolen by China, that's true, but that's I'm not talking about that part of it, but yeah. Yes, and that's another thing. You're correct about that, and that goes back to what brought me into this conversation. They're losing the blue collar, but they're also losing what's left of the Christians and the wholesome type folks and the nuclear family type folks. And the reason is because they have stressed so hard on the MM2S LGBTIAQ2S plus whatever it is. They have stressed way too hard on that group of 31 letters and a plus. And they've drove away your average folks that didn't consider themselves right or left, but they go to church, or folks that don't consider themselves left or right, but they're just really good people. And you're going to lose them when you start going super crazy. They were okay with men doing men. They've been okay with women doing women. You know, they've been pretty okay with it. They prefer you know, the guys not wear assless chaps and suck on each other's face in front of their kids. But they've been okay with it. Most of the people on the right, my friends and all, they're okay with it. I'm okay with it. It's fine. Fine with lesbians. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with bisexuals. Hell, that's got to be pretty cool. But here's the problem. All right? Then they get into trans. It wasn't good enough just to accept your sexual preference. If that's all it came down to was me accepting your sexual preference, it wouldn't be so difficult. But no, we always have to get into all the crazy, whacked out, two-spirit this, cisgender that, and we have to always get into the absolute craziness of trying to transgender 12-year-olds. Trying to give estrogen treatments to 13-year-olds. Encouraging young people to get laparoscopy surgeries or maybe an addictomy. These things are dangerous and they never come out right. These people regret it the rest of their life. And wholesome families, wholesome people, especially Christians and stuff on the right, they don't understand this. How could an adult talk a child into mutilating themselves? And that's how they look at it. And so by embracing all of this so much, it hurts them. You know, the gay people I'm friends with hate all this shit. They hate it. They don't use MM2S LGBTQIA MM2S plus, and they don't use all the stupid shit. They don't march down the street in assless chaps. They just want to be left alone. They want to be with who they want to be with, which is perfectly great. I think everybody should be happy. But do we have to be happy doing crazy shit in front of everybody else? It's almost like they got to prove their lifestyle or something. I don't understand it. I just don't get it. And then when they start this whole thing with children and the whole, you know, laparoscopy and the snatch of breastostomy surgeries, I mean, these things are bad. These surgeries are dangerous. And they are irrevocable. They are irreparable. You can never repair the damage that's done. Hey, Moorhead, what's up, buddy? Hey, D-Beard. Everybody's starting to find that we're in. Hey, Pickled Bird. Welcome in, everybody. Appreciate it. Yeah, so far, and I'm going to regress back now to where we were. We got a bunch of new people coming in now. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This is StarShip Adventures. My name's Ian. We're on every night at 9 p.m. for a couple of hours to do the news. But when there's big stuff going on, I am here, and there is big stuff going on. We've got a huge weather system here in the Northeast, and we're going to be covering this all evening right now. Currently, 3 tornado warnings issued. All of them right here. Look at this mass. Well, 2 of them are right here. Look at this. This is coming in. Let's take a look at this now on the other radar. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, there's 2 couplets. These are the 2 couplets we're looking at. Right near the arrows. And you can see where there's rotation, but it's not all that pronounced. Let me see if I can get a second opinion. Yeah, still not that pronounced, but the possibility of rotation. Remember, guys, we're in New York. We don't get long track EF4s here. There, you can see a bit of a couplet on that one. So we don't get long track tornadoes up here. Okay, it's just not the place for that. So there we go. The only camera we have out in front of this is, I think, a still camera on New York 17 at Coconut Station or Count Station in Roscoe, and that's out ahead of it. This is going to be coming through there pretty hard in just a few minutes. So 2 different tornadoes there, and we've got another one. I think this is in Delaware. Look at this mess. Jesus. And this yellow up here is a severe thunderstorm warning. And the reason it's a different color than the regular is because it's got a considerable threat level, 70 mile an hour radar indicated winds, and hail 0.75 inches. Heavy rainfall, and they've issued this for 3 hours. So this area is going to be inundated by rain for the next little while. Assless chaps. Well, there you go. I'll never understand the fetish with assless chaps. I guess I've missed something. Is it a cowboy fetish? I don't know. I think the cowboys all wore jeans under them, though. I think they wear them a lot because it's technically legal. My dad would call it showing your ass, which is a negative thing. All right, let's see here. Yep. I'm definitely a constitutionalist. Okay, witness protection, you found one. Congratulations. Awesome. There's a million more. I'm sure you know what? There's, no matter what I say, there's always somebody that goes out and finds some nuanced thing somewhere just to make sure that there's an exception to whatever it was I said. Well, the truth is, most every big invention has been made, whether it's medical, whether it's space related, whether it's computers, even AI. We've been out front on a lot of this AI stuff. Now, we're starting to fall behind because of infrastructure and stuff, and that's a discussion we have quite a bit on this show. All right, so there we go. We've got back-to-back considerable severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning on this same cell right here. What a mess. I know it's hard to even see what the hell's going on. Let's see if we've got any rotation in this one. Now, we're so close to the tower site, it's kind of hard to tell. And that's what we've got. So yeah, I can see why they issued that. There's definitely a possibility there, but lots of heavy, heavy rain. I think that's probably going to be the big thing here. All right, so let me take a few minutes and let me go back and see if I can find any new video coming from any of the protests. I think the left has kind of lost their nerve a little bit or something. And I just don't. I don't know. I don't understand what's going on, other than they never really had the numbers. Even on their biggest day, they didn't have 100,000 people. And I'm talking in all the protests combined. They would always give these horribly inflated numbers. I love the one in New York. They said 200,000 people showed up. NYPD said it was about 35,000. So, I mean, they just lie about everything. All right, I don't see anything here. I've already got this one. This is this ignorant speech that's going on over here.
But let's be honest. At the end of the day, so much of this work sits downstream of a politics that leaves us having to clean up the messes that the politicians in DC create. And I'm never going to forget the day sitting in my office when this administration froze federal funds. Y'all remember that? Feels like 10 years ago. It was about a year ago.
Hey, how you doing?
And I'm trying to figure out how to make sure that WIC checks keep going out. To put food on the table for moms and babies. How to make sure people don't miss the appointment they've been waiting for at the federally qualified health center. Trying to make sure that vaccines can still go in arms. And I get a notification on my phone that after his long career, our current U.S. Senator Gary Peters is no longer seeking re-election.
Yes.
And I told myself, you know, maybe it's time for us to get a U.S. Senator who actually wants to go and fight.
Fight for what? Communism?
Now, y'all know this is not my first rodeo.
It's not a rodeo.
Back in 2018. It was the first time that Orange Gentleman had been elected. And I told myself, you know what? I know I might be 32, but let's go big or go home. I went big, then I went home. But we were at 340,000 votes. We got outspent 7-1, but we were 2-1 more efficient than our opponent who won, and 3-1 more efficient than the guy that Donovan's about to kick out of Congress. And we said something in that race I think now has matured, which is that Donald Trump is not himself the disease of our politics. He's just the worst symptom of the disease of our politics. The disease is the system that allows big corporations, billionaires, special interests like APAC to buy and sell politicians to do their bidding instead of ours. We have to pay more.
Oh, I could only take so much of that bullshit, you know, really. Oh, God, it wears me out to even listen to that stupid shit. They're so diluted. It's amazing to me that I think the biggest thing I wonder more than anything else is, do they really believe their own bullshit? I mean, because a lot of people spew bullshit, but they don't necessarily buy their own bullshit. But these aren't smart folks, a lot of them, and I wonder, do they buy this? I mean, do they really think that, you know, I read this on Facebook and it must be true. I mean, you know, they watch CNN and then they go do what they got to do, right? It's kind of crazy. But it does bring me to the sponsor of this half hour of the show. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This half hour of the show is sponsored by Trumpanol. Trumpanol, the #1 treatment for Trump derangement syndrome. Trumpanol deadens the nerves that makes you hate the bad orange man, and it will make you into a patriot that loves your country. Trumpanol, an amazing medication to stop the crazy and bring back reality, and it has helped thousands and thousands of crazy blue-hair liberals all over the country. So you should try to get some today. Trumpanol, sold wherever delusional drugs are sold. Try some today. Quit being a crazy bitch and get back to reality. Trumpanol, the #1 treatment for Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of like the villain because, you know, they're going to do the stupid thing every time. I mean, they do the stupid thing every time. They're getting ready to put Kamala Harris back in there as their nominee next year. You guys watch. It's going to happen. It's going to be Kamala Harris. That's just how stupid they are. She can't win a conversation with a salad bar. I mean, she is dumb. She's never had a deep thought in her life. And they're thinking about running her again. You know, she would do even worse next time because we saw how bad she did last time. They need to find somebody, but the problem is, and Kamala, they need to find somebody that's going to be okay with the rise of socialism, because now when they go to elect somebody, they're going to have to decide: do I want a socialist to represent me as president, or do I want just a liberal leftist, which is bad enough, but it's a lot better than a commie. And they're going to have to decide, what do I want? And I think it's going to really show us this division that's going on. Kamala Harris, over the last 45 days or so, has actually lurched towards the left even more and is now saying that she is open to talking to and seeking assistance from the Democratic Communist Socialist Party that's here in the country. And so there you go. There you go. So she is signaling her willingness to work with the socialists. That in turn is causing the issue. Okay, hold on. We got a new link here. I'm going to put it up in the up. Is it an upright? Let me just click it so I can see.
Imagine what Da Vinci could have built if he had the...
God damn it. They make you pay for it first. Oh, 3 ads on this one. 3 of 3. Holy shit. And the third one was skippable. Wow. How does somebody even do that? I don't know. How do you even do that? Okay, it's an upright, so I'm going to put it over here on the left. I hate upright format. But again, these liberals like it. I don't know why. Somebody told them it's cool. All right, so center left there is that protest there. That's in Portland. It does look like there's 100 or 200 people out there, maybe. Yeah, he won the entire blue wall. Absolutely. Yeah, I will tell you something that's upset me this week. When CNN and MSLSD and ABC and NBC all chose to not take a primetime presidential address to the nation, they crossed the line there, guys. This is a whole new thing now. And they said on CNN, the Communist News Network, they said on there that the president lies too much to take this live, and they're going to fact check it and then tell us what he said. I mean, they're literally saying the shit you're not supposed to say out loud. They're just saying it out loud now. They don't give a shit anymore. Yeah, it doesn't. It look, only 25%. I think the numbers are a little different than that. But here's the thing: it doesn't matter who voted and who didn't. It matters who win the game. That's all that matters. Even with all of the fraud, even with all of the nursing home ballot abuse, even with the fucking machines changing people's votes, even with everything that's gone on, even with all the ballot harvesting, the suitcases full of ballots and everything else, he still whooped his ass. Or whooped her ass, I should say. He still whooped the Democrats' ass. He got the popular vote. He took the entire blue wall. And he did it despite the fraud. The fraud was going on. It wasn't quite as much, I'm sure, as before, but there was a crazy amount of fraud going on. Crazy amounts of fraud going on. And he still won. So it's not just that he won a little bit, he won a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's the trifecta. He won everything. Hey, Pretend Media, what's up? Welcome in. Kathy, hello, welcome you guys. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth, and this is StarShip Adventures. I don't know, I'm looking at here. I do want to thank everybody for coming in. Lambert, Moorhead, all of my regular folks are in. D-Beard, Kiss the Sky, thank you for being here. The Dims are comical villains. You are correct there. Yes, more data centers. I love data centers. Everywhere they put a data center, the city does really well. The county does really well. It's all stupid. This whole hysteria that's being started by the left and being started by China and being started by Russia, it's all disinformation to try to get us to not allow data centers. Well, you know what? There's going to be enough smart cities and smart counties that are going to take advantage of this, and they're going to do very well. And in all these stupid places like Collier County here and DeSoto County, even Charlotte County talking to do some kind of moratorium on it. And they're going to end up finding out that they have totally screwed the pooch. They have totally screwed themselves. Because the AI data centers, they bring their own power. They pay to work out any water situations, and they only use a fraction of the water they used to. And they're willing to pay impact fees, build fire stations, buy trucks. They're willing to help build a new school, whatever needs to be done to that community. Because that's the community where its workers are going to come from. And then they're going to hire 5,000 people to build the plant, and they're going to keep 1,000 people employed. What are we doing? I mean, what are we doing? Why would we not want that? This thing sits outside of town. You don't hear it. Okay? You don't hear it. You don't see it. It's at the end of some long road, right? Your power might even get cheaper because they're going to bring a power generating facility in there. And they're going to share that with the grid, which actually brings a situation where you could actually see, if not a reduction, longer time before the next increase. And so I don't see any negative side at all to these data centers, really. I don't. And most of them are using solar panels on the whole roof now. They try to be as green as they can with the technology we have available. And like I said, they will continue to provide support through the employment of so many people in that town or in that county. Yeah, that's the thing, Moorhead. They used to use open systems and systems where water was pumped into the ground and pumped back out and all this. They're still doing some of that, but the point is now the systems have gone to more of a sealed environment, and they're not using that much water on a daily basis. In fact, the average very large data center will use less water than the average golf course. And every day they're finding better ways, and they're practicing and training and experimenting with new technologies that will be even more efficient with water. D-Beard, that's a problem. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you on that. If they, Democrats follow the money. A lot of them, they're just greedy, disgusting people, and they're just going to follow that money. And if the commies have the money, it's going to make our job even more difficult. All right, let me refresh here again and see. There's just no protest video coming out at all. Even the Portland one that we just had looks like he's heading for his car. And we still got that ignorant speech going on. That's the Bernie Sanders socialist rally. Dial a commie or whatever they call it. Yeah, I don't know anything about that soccer. All I know is I can't wait till it's over. It clogs up everything. News sources, my TV. I will admit some good things came out of it this time. All that positive pub that the United States got, I think, is a good thing. Yeah, you're right, D-Beard. The Democrat Party's run themselves into a hole, and the Republican Party is sitting pretty. You've got stuff in Florida here where the Democrat that's running for governor is raising money, and he's raised 20 or 30 times more money than the Democrat running, and the Democrat's self-funding. So it's amazing the dichotomy there, and it's just crazy. When I look at candidates, if I have two candidates and I'm not sure which one I want, I look at how much of their funding came from organic sources. So if someone is a self-funder and they didn't raise any money, they just put all their own money in, I generally won't vote for that person. I don't like bought seats. You should go out and raise the money like everybody else. If you raise the money, then you're showing me that people are willing to give you money to run. People are willing to give you money to be their congressman or their representative or their governor. And so that's part of it to me. That shows me the dedication. That shows me what we got, Anyway, let's see here. Yeah, for those following my daddy Kitty, who is sick, he's still not doing that well, guys. He's no worse. He's no better. He's eating a little bit. We're going to keep going for a while. He doesn't seem like he's in any pain. So he's just lost most of his muscle mass and his weight. Usually when this happens, they've gone diabetic or something has happened inside them. But I've also had my scooter cat did this and he almost died. And I nursed him back to health and got 2 more years out of him. And he was healthy for those 2 years. So, and then he did the same thing again and did finally have to get put down. So, it's not necessarily a write-off. So, anyway. All right. Sorry, I didn't hit the button for that last video. All right. So anyway, we're going to keep working with him. He's hanging in there. Cats are very hardy little animals, and even when they get very sick, sometimes they're able to come back. Yeah, dispatch. I saw everything going on. There's so much going on right now. I went ahead and went live, and in just a few minutes, I'm doing political stuff and weather right now. In just a few minutes, we're also going to be taking a look at the disturbance in the Gulf of America as well. All right, so let's take a look. Here's what we got going on right now. We have one tornado warning right now. This one here just south of Rockland, I'm sure is how they pronounce it there. And yeah, it's a severe thunderstorm warning with a possible tornado and the damage threat is considerable, and it's also in a mesoscale discussion area, and it's under a tornado warning at this time that will expire in 11 minutes. So lots of warnings overlapping each other right here. Let's take a look at this and see if this is got rotation going on in it. Let's get the nearest radar site and see if this has gotten any more impressive on the velocity scale. Yeah, there is centers of rotation in here. But this is going to be a very strong straight line winds. I think straight line winds is probably going to be a bigger story tonight. No, I haven't, but I can check real quick. Hold on. That's a 3.6. No, I don't see anything in this one. Let me go to the USGS directly. Again, a 3.6. No, I don't see anything coming up off the coast of California, but I'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, sorry guys, you guys are welcome to talk about the FIFA stuff as much as you want. But I can't, I'm not going to respond to it because I don't know anything about it. I don't much like sports. The amount of corruption in sports basically makes it to where I can't stand it. And just like the NFL and many others, baseball, oh my God, FIFA is just rife with a bunch of bullshit going on. That bad call they made on our team, there's just very biased shit that goes on there. I'll never trust any outcome of any of these sports games. They are all rigged. I've watched the NFL rig games before. I've watched playoff games where you can obviously see that the ref's doing bad spots. He's doing everything he can to run the clock out. He's just, you can just tell what they're doing. You can. It's very obvious. Oh, Kingston Cam 3. Oh my God, that's graphic. Is she dead? Dude, she's dead. I don't know if I want to show that. If she moves and she's not dead, maybe. Oh my God. It is another liberal success story. I'll give him a thumbs up. I think she's Signal 7. All right, I'm going to put it up. Whatever. I'll end up getting my shit in trouble, but... Center cam, guys. This is OMG Live TV, Kingston Cam number 3, Philadelphia, PA. And we have what looks like a Signal 7. I think she's dead. I don't see her chest moving. Yeah, sorry guys, this is graphic. If you don't want to watch it, then turn it off now. I'm not going to make it any bigger than that. This is... I hope she's alive, but nobody seems to want to help her. They all stand around. But then again, which one do you help, The chat over in that chat room is saying her name's Carol and she does this. She's causing a scene. Well, dude, if she's playing dead, she's doing a really good job. And they're stupid ass bullshit, liberals. Doing stupid shit every day of the week. Okay, here I want to get the label on there, guys. There we can that way we can all make sure that we remember that this success story was brought to you by the left and by leftist policies. You don't see people doing this in the streets in my town because I'm in a red town, in a red county, in a red state, in a red country. Yeah, he's like, dude, I can't help her. I got to get a dip in. That's just incredible. Wow. Okay. Well, there we go. Open air drug market. Yeah, it sure is. It's not part of a protest. No, this is, and it's not an encampment unless, well, Kingston is kindly, Kingsland or whatever it is, Kingston, it kind of is an encampment. The whole city, the whole town. I mean, it's really bad there. This is in Kensington. Kensington is what it's actually, Kensington. And that is outside of, or it's in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And this is OMG Cam. OMG Live TV. OMG Live TV. They got 500 people watching this feed right now. Not mentioning everybody else that's taking the feed like we are right now. Let me get it to reset again. Damn it. I don't know, man. I don't see her breathing, but it's pretty far away. Nope, she's moving. Her hand's moving. She's looking for her candy bar. I couldn't imagine my life being that out of control. And you know what really sucks? Is that a lot of people live this way. And the left, they don't give these people a hand up. They give them handouts. And they don't work on recovering them. And they don't work on making them productive members of our society. They don't do those things. They just enable them. They enable them. They feed them. They give them clean needles and clean bowls to smoke in. They give them all the things they need to be good little drug addicts. I'll never understand the left's mentality. The only thing that gets you out of this is hard knocks. The only thing that gets you out of this is deciding I've had enough, I've got to change. Is this on? Testing, testing. Is this working? Whew, okay. Yep, another Kingsland miracle. Kingsland, yeah. All right, let's see. We got that. I'm going to make sure everything's turned off up here. All right, guys, the numbers are coming up. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Everybody's finding us now. Hopefully we'll pick up some new members tonight. We've had a bunch of different new people in, but I don't know if they're hanging around. All right, Canna Club, welcome in. Appreciate you coming in tonight. The early stream is because there is a number of items that are breaking right now out there. We currently are providing full storm coverage of the large swath of 6 states this evening that are having severe weather. Here I'll show you what it looks like This is the area here. Everything in orange that you see here is having severe weather tonight. You can see there's a lot going on, and so that's the first reason. And so let me go back to this now and put this back in motion for us. And the second reason is we've got a low pressure system developing into a tropical storm in the Gulf of America. We're going to be getting to that in a few minutes and hitting it throughout the night. And also we're covering some pretty bad flooding down in Texas going on, and maybe some additional flooding in the Northeast. And then after that, we've got the anti-American, anti-law enforcement, pro-communism protests that are going on from coast to coast. They've been pretty lame today. And in the upper center now, this is kind of spontaneous, but we're showing another great liberal success story tonight. Another great liberal success story tonight of a liberal that's just having a great day there, and that's awesome. And then that thing in the Gulf of America is now called Invest 91L, and we're going to be talking about that in just a little while. And then also, the State Department sounds worldwide alarm for Americans. If you're anywhere around Iran, they're cautioning you to get out of there and come home. Things are about to escalate, I think, quite a bit. Iran's now posturing. They've been very compliant and complacent for a while now, but now suddenly they're posturing, and they're being real assholes right now, and they're talking about unaliving the president and things like that. So yeah, it's pretty bad. And so he's recalling that, and we're watching also what's going on in the Middle East. So there is an absolute lot of crap going on tonight. So there you go. There's the rundown. And so I decided to come on at 6 instead of 9. I'll be staying on till at least 11. Yep, and I can't monologue for 5 or 6 straight hours. So because I do 3 hours of terrestrial radio every day. And then I turn around and do 2 to 3 hours of internet every day, and now when I add an extra 3 hours to it, it's more than my voice can handle, and I'll end up losing my voice. So today we will be taking natural sounds. We will be taking different things today, and not always just me monologuing. So. You think he's taking her money? I don't think she has any money. We've been tracking that smoke coming down from Canada, and it is continuing to move to the north and the east. Now affecting more areas in Pennsylvania now, and all the way over into Vermont, and also upstate and lower New York, Philadelphia now getting affected, and Pennsylvania, and then over around the Great Lakes. But Chicago, the Chicagoland area, now down to 67 parts per million, so much lower there for them. But we're still seeing some very high numbers up here in Negaunee Township. Not sure exactly where that's at. Let me see if I can get more info on that. Yeah, it's currently 396 there, but that's one of the highest ones. That's up north of the Great Lakes there. I can show you guys the map. Let me put it up for you guys real quick, and so you'll be able to see where the air quality is recovering and where it is not. All right, here we go. This is the current air quality map, and you can see the colors, obviously green being very good. And the dark brown being the worst. There's only one on the map. It's this one right here. Everything is pretty much down under 300 now. The reds are down under 300. You can see all the wildfires up here and all this stuff moving down. But there's been this push from the left now that's kind of pushing it all back up towards Canada eventually. We're going to kind of give it back to them, I think. Now, if these things can continue, and this wind pattern may change again in a few days, so we may not be over with this yet. Hey, what's up, Heath? How you doing, man? Yeah, it's a crazy night. There's just a bunch of stuff going on. I'm going to be doing 6 hours of coverage tonight, and I will not be monologuing the whole time, but I will be in here for most of it, and I will also be constantly looking for new feeds and things like that. All right, so that's where we're at, guys. That's the current setup, and you can see there are areas down here like in Ohio and Chicago and Minneapolis. Those areas were all really, really bad 36 hours ago, and it's gotten a lot better. So there you go. That's the absolute good news on that, is that that's where we're at. So all right, let's do. All right, guys, let's take a look at the tropics real quick. As you guys know, we use here Mike's weather page. Definitely one of the best ones out there. All right, let's take a look at our current threat level here. You can see this disturbance is now orange. They have brought the possibility up that this is going to be something. They're now showing a 40% chance of formation, where it was 20 and then 30. So they've been moving this up pretty steadily now, and they're thinking that there may be something that ends up forming with this. Now, let's take a look at what graphics I have. The intensity modeling, this is from Tropical Tidbits. I've got intensity modeling. Here we go. This is the first intensity model I've looked at in 6 months. There we go. There's the intensity model, and there is 1, 2, 3, 4 models that bring this to tropical storm strength. And there's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that don't. So there you go. It's probably a 50-50 chance right now, or like they say, 40% chance. Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on Iran too. And by the way, to all my mods and everybody else that's monitoring and watching our show, and to our members, please, if you're out there and you're surfing and you're looking around, that's great. Please let me know if you see something, or if you find a link to live video. If you're a moderator, you can put it right in. And I'm looking for more video, guys. We're watching Methany here in the middle. That's what I'm going to call her, Methany. I think that's a nice name for a girl, isn't it, Methany? All right, and anyway, so we're taking a look at that, and we're also now taking a look at all the information with this. So let's go back to Tropical Tidbits. Now, where's this thing going to go? Well, it's hard to forecast where things are going to go when they're really weak and they haven't really formed yet. Here's one of the model ensembles. They're talking Pensacola to something that goes and skirts the coast to the left. This is somewhat unusual for a storm to move left like this far north, but they do. And somebody's going to end up getting some pretty nasty weather, but it's not going to be anything really strong or severe. Let's see, I think I have another model run here. Again, these look really wild because, guys, you have to remember this thing hasn't even formed yet, really. And so we don't even know exactly where it's going to form. But this does take it right in. It takes it at 110 millibars, which is still not tropical storm strength, really. That's the consensus of those models. And then I think I have one more. That's the EPS ensemble. No, that was the GFS ensemble. This is the EPS ensemble. And this is crazy. There is a number of models showing it heading into Louisiana. Why is your eye all wet? Heading into Louisiana as a tropical storm. And so let me put that on for you. Look at this. Everywhere you see the red lines here, that's up between 970 and 980 millibars, which is it's up into the tropical storm range. So there is some models that are slowing this thing down and trying to develop it out over the all the oil rigs out there, and then bring it into Louisiana as a strong tropical storm. So there is that possibility. Some of the models are picking up on that. None of the models developed this 2 days ago, and now we've got models that are developing this into a tropical storm. All right, and again, that's all from Tropical Tidbits, which is a great website that Mike's weather page will reference you to. All right, another great tool that I use here on the channel is Windy. Windy.com. You guys can look at the same things I am. It's windy.com. And you can see here, we do have circulation. This is current. This is as of 8 p.m. This is basically the current one. You can see the onshore wind that's coming up. So what's this thing going to do? Okay, well, I've got it set on the Euro right now, and we're going to run this thing forward and see what the Euro has it doing. All right, there is Sunday morning, Sunday dawn. Sunday 4 p.m. Monday 2 a.m. And it's just lingering out there. It's literally stalled off the coast. That's a little dangerous. A stalled system can strengthen. Still sitting off the coast. Tuesday, 1 a.m. And it's working its way over to the left. Tuesday, 10 a.m. And then it finally has it coming onshore in the Panhandle on Wednesday. Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. All right, so let's go back to now, and let's do the GFS model run. This model here was not quite as aggressive. Let's see what it does. This model not really showing a closed circulation that much. Maybe a little bit more now. Here we go, 1 p.m. Sunday, and it has it also moving to the left really slowly. This is 4 a.m. Monday. 10 a.m. Monday. Look at that. It just sits there. 10 p.m. Tuesday. And it finally comes on shore somewhere up there in that same area. All right, so that's two models pretty much doing the same thing. Here we got one more. This is the Icon model. And we're going to run this. This one goes out 5 days. And here we go. This one's showing a nice centered closed circulation. And there we go. This is 8 p.m. Sunday. And it's starting to really crank up. This one is showing it moving left early, staying way out over the warm waters. Monday, 3 p.m. Okay, Tuesday morning, 2 a.m. 6 a.m. Tuesday noon. And right there, Wednesday morning, 1 a.m., it makes landfall near the Mississippi Delta right there, near Slidell, near New Orleans. That one there, if that happens, is going to bring 50, 60 mile an hour winds into New Orleans. Is it going to be really bad? No, but for the second storm of the year, it could be a little bit to deal with for sure. All right. I do have a few more here. Wow, this one really brings it in too. This one doesn't go out very far. It's a 3-day model. But it shows it dropping down back into the Gulf of America again. Let me see what else we got here. Can I help you, Ted? But did you poke your eye or something? What happened to your eye? I don't need another cat getting sick right now, really. I don't. I really don't. Yeah. Whoa, what the hell is this thing doing? This thing says that by Monday it's going to drift out into the middle of the Gulf of Mexico and become a hurricane. Or at least a strong tropical storm. Wow. Very strong winds. Almost hurricane force. So this one, guys, is worth watching. Now, do I think it's not going to be a big storm? I think it's definitely going to be a tropical storm. Oh, stop right now. Stop. Go. Out. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Stupid. I don't know why they do stupid shit to get my freaking attention, and it pisses me off. I want to know why they're so enamored with a closet that's been here ever since they were born. Did they just figure out it's there? I don't know. How did that happen? Oh, I don't even know. Whatever. Teddy. Boner. All right. So anyway, there. I fixed that. Now let's figure out where we're at here. Well, deploribus, that's always been my thing with global warming. And now we actually know for a fact that they cannot plan the weather out 20 years because we now have 25 years of data since Al Gore started telling us and John Kerry, these two putzes, started telling us that we were all going to die, that water was going to run through the streets of Miami, and that the tide would rise so high that we'd have to abandon the lower end of Staten Island. The same guy that told us that the hurricanes would get so bad that they would wipe whole cities and counties off the map. The guy that told us that the days would get hotter and hotter by degrees just in the next 20 or 25 years. The guy that told us that we are ruining the planet and we got to change everything about our lifestyle, and he was wrong. He's been unequivocally, inarguably wrong. From the beginning, he's been wrong. If you look at Al Gore, if you go to have Grok make you a list of all of the promises Al Gore made was going to happen, not a single one has even started to happen. He said the tide would rise by feet within 20 years. No, it hasn't even rose a half an inch or a quarter of an inch. It's rose. It literally has rose nothing. There's been no appreciable rise at all. Yeah, he said the North Pole would be completely uncovered from ice. We're gaining ice every year. We're gaining it. How's that happening if we've got global warming? I mean, it's not going to happen like that. All right, let's see here. We are going to continue to follow this, though, because this is an interesting situation here. All right, let's go back to, oops, wrong button. Let's see this there. All right, there we go. Let's go back and check the weather real quick. What do we got going on here? We've got no tornado warnings at this time. Those squares are reports of wind damage. So this has been quite a system coming through, and it came through down here too. Let me put it back in composite. You can see there is a lot of rain out there moving through the area. And we do have storm chasers out in it, but we don't have any real system, you know, any rotation on the ground that we are aware of. But let's pull up a few of our storm chasers so we can keep an eye on these guys. I think he's given up. Well, he's still rolling. If you can get on an interstate going the right way and you're doing 80, 85 miles an hour, you can catch up to a storm that's pretty far away. But, man, it's difficult some places because if there's no direct road that's 70 miles an hour, you're really not going to catch one of these storms. It becomes very difficult. Is that it? We have 2 storm chasers, at least on this system. Oh well, I thought we'd have more than that by now. But most chasers live out west. Most of your hardcore chasers live out west. All right, let me try to fill that hole. Let me see if there's any new protest videos that have come out. Yeah, I mean, Gore and Kerry both have huge electric bills, multiple houses. They fly private planes. They're the biggest hypocrites ever, literally. Huge hypocrites. All the protesting's overseas. There's really not a lot of protesting right now. The Sonam Waychuk protest. There's some guy starving himself to death for something going on over there. They took him to the hospital. Why? Because he hasn't ate food in 20 days or some stupid shit. Hunger protest. Yeah, they must have just took him to the hospital because it's a big deal right now. I don't even know what country it's in because none of the videos descriptions are worth a shit. I'll never understand why people don't put good descriptions on their videos. It's so important. I had somebody ask me one time, hey man, maybe you could help me. Nobody comes in my videos. I do videos and there's like my 3 friends and that's it. So I said, well, let's take a look. So I pulled up his channel and I said, let's take a look at your channel. His last video, do you know what the title was? Hey, just doing a video. No description, no keywords, and the thumbnail was just whatever the video looked like when he went live. And he's like, why don't I get any viewers? And I'm like, because you have to work for it. You have to put a good thumbnail on there. You have to put a good title. You have to get AI to help you with a really nice description. You have to talk about what you're going to talk about with all the right keywords. I do all the things like that, like how you're supposed to, and I'm still having a hard time getting subscribers. So I can only imagine you can spin your wheels for the rest of your life. If you're not putting a good thumbnail and a good description, keywords and title and all that, forget about it. You're spinning your wheels in the mud. Yeah, they add time for play stoppage, but the ref keeps the time and nobody else knows it, and it's not officially checked anyhow, and he just adds what he thinks he needs to add on there. The whole thing's bullshit. It's corrupt. I mean, if you guys enjoy it, good. Enjoy it. I'm glad you get to watch it. I, on the other hand, will not be watching that shit. So I don't know whatever happened to Methany. I wasn't watching. Man, I think that chicken stilettos is a dude. What are they looking for? Cigarette butts, probably. I'm still trying to find something to fill that last hole with, and there's just nothing. Nope, I don't see anything. I'm using 3 different search algorithms, and I'm finding nothing still going on with these protests. I think they're all dead. I'm telling you, the left has protested out, man. I think they're finally giving up. Maybe the Trump and all starting to kick in. I don't know. But I think they're starting to give up. Or something. At least it seems that way. All right, I do want to go ahead and bring your attention to. I know there's something. There's something playing in the background that I don't know where it's coming from, which is so typical. Oh, I bet you it's that up there. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, I got it. It was just natural sound from Kingsland. All right, let's see here. All right, yeah, and I just want to remind everybody, this half hour of our show is sponsored by LibBlock, another product from the fine makers of Trumpanol, the leading treatment for Trump derangement syndrome. These new LibBlock condoms are specially designed to kill liberal sperm, and they'll take care of you when you're out there, sticking your wick where it don't belong. And remember, you should always check a voter card before you get steady with somebody. And you don't really want to knock them up and find out later they're a liberal, because the last thing you want is some little liberal running around with your last name. So use LibBlock when you're out screwing around, just in case you get a hold of a crazy liberal and you make her day, if you know what I mean. So there you go. Don't do that. Use LibBlock, the amazing liberal sperm blocker Made by the makers of Trumpinol, the #1 treatment for Trump derangement syndrome. Lib block condoms. Count on it. Hi, Ed. All right. Free the donuts. Yep. Okay, let's see what I missed here. Yeah, we've got them in Magnum also, of course. For you people hung like a donkey. Okay. I need to adjust that. Edward, what are you doing, son? You're being a pain in my... You got your ass right in my face, dude. Cats are like, well, it's there. Just take a smell. You'll like it. Yeah, there you go. No, they're not. All right. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I need to get up and walk around a little bit, go fill my drink. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'll play a song while I'm gone. I hope you guys enjoy that because there's really no natural sound to take right now. It does look like the police have finally showed up there, or somebody has, to see what's going on out there with the bums. So I'll leave that up for you guys to see. We've got Fox Weather up on the upper left. We've got what protest video I have in the upper right. That's a MDG Gaming, I think's got that coming out. And then we've got Storm Chaser in the little window above me here. This one over here. And then this one over here. Protest video. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to keep everything going. But I'm just going to play a song. I'll be gone for, 6 or 8 minutes. I need to take a break. Yeah, well, the cat's not in charge, so we're good. All right, everybody, enjoy it. I'm going to be back in just a few minutes. Stay with us. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth, a special long-form edition tonight as we are covering a number of different breaking news events. We've got flooding in Texas. We've got a low-pressure system forming into a tropical storm in the Gulf of America. We've got a huge storm system threatening 6 or 8 states tonight with severe weather in the Northeast. And we've got new escalation in Iran with new threats coming out on both sides. And we are expecting some escalation there tonight. And then finally, we've got these the bust today, which is these protests that really didn't happen. So that's what we've got, guys. Everybody stay with us. The adventure continues. We'll be on till 11 or 12 o'clock tonight. So please don't go anywhere. This is just a quick break so I can get up and walk around a little bit. We'll be right back. This is Starship Adventure.
I was just a kid back in '69. Sat on the floor with my eyes on the screen so wide. Watch those men in white suits take that giant leap. And something deep inside me swore I'd never lose that dream. Now here we are, all these years gone by, but America's still reaching for that same blue sky. Orion's rolling, 4 brave souls inside, headed where no one's been since Apollo said goodbye. We're going back to the moon, back where we belong, carrying the fire, singing freedom song. From the red to the Texas, to the Florida shore, we never stopped dreaming, we just wanted more. This is rising, hear the engines roar. America's returning to that distant shore. We're going back to the moon, hand in hand with pride. The greatest nation on earth is taking back the sky. They said it couldn't be done, said we lost our way. But look at us now, we're flying higher every day. For Americans cutting through the black, Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy leading us back. They slipped behind the moon, lost every voice on earth. 45 minutes of silence. was only the beginning, my American friend. So here's to the dreamers, the engineers, the brave, to every American who still believes in what we gain. From the farms in Kansas to the factories in Detroit, we're all riding with them on this historic flight. When the splashdown in the Pacific, safe and sound, we'll stand a little taller on this sacred ground. We're going back to the moon, back where we belong, carrying the flag, singing freedom song from sea to shining sea. Let the whole world see America still reaches for infinity. Oh, the mist is rising, hear the engines roar. We're coming home to glory like we did before. Going back to the moon, hand in hand with pride. The greatest nation on earth is taking back the sky. Yeah, we're going back. God bless the astronauts. God bless America. We're going back to the moon. I was just a kid back in '69. Sat on the floor with my eyes on the screen so wide. Watched those men in white suits take that giant leap. And something deep inside me swore I'd never.
All right, we're back. I really hate that we lose half our audience when I take a break to go piss. I don't know what else to do. I'm starting to wonder if I should just maybe bring a bucket in here and I can just piss into a bucket. Yeah, we're doing good on numbers tonight. We lost literally half our viewership when I took a break. It's coming back now, but it's aggravating, guys. I mean, there's only so much I can do, you know? It's only so much I can do. All right. Well, there we go. Let's go ahead and take another roundup of the news here and see what's going on. We're going to check the weather here real quick and see if there's anything new. I'm showing you guys a satellite image. This is an visible with the infrared on top. And it is it shows quite a system out there. Quite a system. All right. All right, let's go check here real quick. The only storm chaser near a storm went offline. So right now we don't have any of our storm chasers in our network here. We do have a HazCam here. It is coming in on the Huntington area. You can see that there. Huntington Township. It's dark on the horizon there, and that is because it is coming in there right now. There's not a lot of cameras in this area either, but we are going to continue to watch what we have. And then the earlier part of this storm here is moving offshore now. You can see here some very, very heavy rain in New York right now in the city. All right. All right, we've got two U.S. service members have been killed in the Iran conflict over the last 24 hours. A third is missing after an Iranian attack in Jordan, this via CENTCOM. The deaths marked the first U.S. confirmed combat fatalities since the current conflict resumed as American forces pressed their military campaign against Iran. The State Department has now issued a worldwide caution amid escalating Middle East tension. Worldwide caution due to heightened tension in the Middle East. The security environment remains complex with the potential for unforeseen escalation. We remind Americans in the region of this continued need for caution and encourage them to monitor for news, monitor the news for breaking. Oh, I have to click a button to read the rest of it. Breaking developments. The Department of State advises Americans worldwide and especially in the Middle East to exercise increased caution. Americans abroad should follow the guidance in security alerts issued by the nearest U.S. embassy or consulate. Flight cancellations and periodic airspace closures may cause travel disruptions. U.S. diplomatic facilities, including outside the Middle East, have been targeted. Groups supportive of Iran may target other U.S. interests overseas or locations associated with the United States and or Americans throughout the world. Please read carefully our travel advisories, county information, country information, and any recent security alerts when planning travel. That's a worldwide caution put out by the State Department. The U.S. Central Command said more than 50,000 American service members are operating across the Middle East and remain vigilant, lethal, and ready. Jordan's armed forces said they intercepted 10 Iranian missiles early Saturday. There were no reports of casualties or damage following the interceptions. Kuwait said early Saturday that it was responding to Iranian drone strikes. The Kuwait Army said in a statement that its air defense were engaging incoming drones and urged residents to remain in cover. As of about an hour ago, CENTCOM has announced they've launched a new wave of airstrikes against Iran and after the deadly attack on U.S. troops. U.S. Central Command said Saturday evening that American forces launched a new round of airstrikes against Iran following the deaths of 2 U.S. servicemen in Jordan. CENTCOM said the strikes began at 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, at the direction of President Trump. According to the military, the operation is intended to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, and to swiftly punish Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces that launched the attack against American service members in Jordan the previous night. The announcement comes hours after CENTCOM confirmed that 2 U.S. service members were killed. Yeah, Iran's leader sent out a warning that he was going to attack the United States and all this kind of stuff. And then they submitted statements after that that says that we really need to listen to this guy. It's like, okay, whatever. The reason they haven't attacked the United States is because they lack the ability to attack the United States. That doesn't mean that they don't have a sleeper cell, or they don't have people that came in through the porous borders over the last 5 years because of Joe Biden. It doesn't mean that they haven't smuggled a bomb in and it's sitting somewhere already. But as far as attacking us from afar, they can't do that. They don't have that ability. You have to remember, when it comes to weapons, everybody always wants to talk about the megatons, the amount of destructive power, the amount of penetrating power, the broad range of the flash effect and things like that. Here's the thing. All that matters, but it doesn't matter as much as where you can put it. What kind of delivery system do you have? When it comes to weapons, the most important thing is the delivery system. You know, when you shoot a gun, the delivery system is the gun. The bullet is propelled down the thing and it delivers the bullet onto the target. However, once you get out past 200 or 300 yards, you can no longer use projectile weapons like this. You have to go to something like a mortar, something where you calculate it lobbing in. Or then you have to go to missiles that are guided. And they've got several kinds of guided missiles. And then eventually you get into even more sophisticated ones where there's actually AI on board and things like that. But no matter what you use, once you get past about 300 miles, it takes a lot of sophistication. That's why a lot of people aren't even sure how many ICBMs the USSR, Russia, at this point Russia, could get off the ground if they had to. You know what the maintenance is like on these things? And theirs were more of a mobile fleet, where ours were more of, ours sit in tubes. We had two totally different systems. And here's the thing. I think if they went to launch everything they had, they wouldn't get 5 or 10% of it off the ground. It's still enough to do the job. It runs the world. A fecal delivery system. That's what we need for those guys. So anyway, you end up with a system where, or you end up with a situation where they can make bombs, but they can't deliver them more than 200 or 300 miles. And so that brings us back to, as long as they haven't smuggled something in and there's not a sleeper cell or something like that, then we're okay over here. But when you're in Bahrain or Qatar or Kuwait or even Beirut or even Israel, you are not safe as an American. You are not safe. You can be targeted at any time, and that's kind of what they wanted to impress on everybody. The IDF says a Lebanese soldier has been killed by an explosive device that was planted by Hezbollah. Lawmakers mourn 2 U.S. service members killed in Jordan. CENTCOM says so far today they have redirected 5 commercial vessels, disabled 1 while enforcing the Iran blockade. All right, and that's pretty much what we have right now on the situation in Iraq. Iran. I get my wars mixed up. All right, so there you go. All right, let's check back in with the radar here. This is about our worst complex of cells here, going through Clearfield in Pennsylvania. This whole thing has calmed down just a little bit from earlier. All right, let me see if I can find any new protest video. Let me run down that real quick. Give me a second. My snack today, raisins. I buy them in like the 5-pound bag because I eat the shit out of them. Yep. Well, welcome in, Kat and VTX. Thank you for being here. I'm looking forward to the Huntsville Hamfest. I will be going up to the Huntsville Hamfest. I'll be going with those guys, so that I'm looking forward to that. My God, guys, I'm sitting here looking at what's left as far as protest video. Wow. There's not much left. Let me put this in here. This was supposed to be a nationwide day of protest, and it's like, I don't think many people showed up at all. I think the left has kind of protested out, to be honest. I think they've just kind of had it. Look, it's not easy being on the left. It kind of sucks. Could you imagine we talked about this on the air just the other day, Trey Radel and I. Could you imagine having to fight the fight on the left? Having to take those stances? Having to say, yeah, men can have babies. And yeah, the gays should support the terrorists in Hamas. I mean, can you imagine having to support some of these things? Yeah, I went to a No Kings rally, and then 3 weeks later, I went to a Support Maduro rally. God, they're stupid. They're just stupid. Yep. Yeah, I think I wish we could do more for our vets. There's got to be more we can do for them. I will tell you that most vets that are homeless, what they're finding is they're not taking part in most of the programs that are out there for them. I hate to say that, guys. There is so many nonprofits and, 501c3s and 4s out there. There's 501s. There's all kinds of these nonprofits out there. Plus the government has all kinds of programs for these guys. And I used to think that the veterans just got the absolute worst shake. And I was educated. I didn't realize it. But I was educated by someone in my family that's gone now, but that was in the military. And he said, every time I ask for anything, they give it to me. He says, they help me out. I need a little help with this or that. And he goes, I work hard. I do everything I can. And when I need something from them, they help me. He said, there's nonprofits, there's the government. I mean, there's all kinds of help out there. And he said the one commonality, and I found this to be true through all of my travels and discussions around the country, what I've found is that is true. And almost in many, many cases, these people, they'll tell you they're a vet and they're not getting any help. You have to ask for the help. You have to fill out the paperwork. You have to be patient. You have to go to the places and do the things and take the exams and go and fill out this paperwork and fill out that paperwork. And a lot of these guys just aren't willing to do it. They're not willing. They're not able to do it. And so that's all I want to say about that. I'm not saying it's completely right or wrong. I'm just saying many times when these guys say they need help and they can't get help, the one commonality we find is that they never asked for help. That you have to ask for it to get it. If you don't ask for it, you don't get it. And so, as I do believe our government does not take good enough care of our vets, I also, and part of that is not getting them to get, you have to connect the vet with the help. And that's where the problem is. There is help. There is vets. We need to get all the vets the right help. Yeah, you know how he is, Blue Texan. That's another thing, Deploribus. A lot of these vets that are homeless, they serve 2 years pushing paper somewhere. And I'm not saying that all vets deserve recognition for being a vet and serving our military. But what you find is these guys that are out there, I'm homeless, I'm a vet, and all this, they never saw action. They served for 6 months and got booted out, whatever. So it's not always what you think, is what I'm saying. I don't know, guys. It's one of those things where it gets abused constantly. Oh, I'm a homeless vet. Nobody helps me. Who did you ask? Moorhead, that's correct. You have to ask. Now, they can say no. Does everybody get what they want? No. But I also know that the VA has counselors that you can get with. I don't know what they're called, but they're like caseworkers, counselors. And they will help you get the nonprofit help that you need. They'll help you get a place to stay. They've got halfways and flops and different things they can do to get you in somewhere so you're not on the street and work your way into something more permanent. Yeah, and a lot of these people hate the government, so they don't work with the government, they don't deal with the government, and so they never get anything from the government. I hate to say it, but it's true. What's wrong? What's wrong, Teddy? Huh? What's wrong, big man? You're a big ol' ass cat, you know that? Big ol' ass cat. Don't go near that. I'm telling you. Come here. Come back over here. You need to stop with this. It's a closet. It's funny, when I went off the air last night, they didn't pay no attention to that for 22 hours. And then I go back on the air again, all of a sudden it's a big deal again. What happened with that? I don't get it. All right. Spilling raisins everywhere. Yeah, guys, stolen valor is a real thing. I watch a guy that's a Navy SEAL, and he exposes these people that say they're Navy SEALs when they're not. And his name is Don Shipley. And I watch him. I think he does good work. He travels around and he exposes people. He exposes people wearing admiral uniforms and captain uniforms from the Navy, and you know, colonel uniforms from the Army or the Navy, or I'm sorry, the Army or the Air Force or something. And you know what you always find with these people? They never were in the military. Very few of them. There's a few that were in for a short time and were discharged unfavorably. But what you find is many of these people are just, you know, it is what it is. Anyway, all right, what did he say here? Oh, geez, the latest victim. A hardworking man that was just completely innocent, right? He was completely innocent. He did everything right. He did everything right in the world, and yet he ended up dead. And it wasn't because of anything he did. It was completely because of ice, right? What is this bullshit? Oh, I'm in Internet Explorer, whatever it is, and it's just bullshit. I'll do all that all over again because I love repeating everything I do twice. Damn it. All right, so let's see where we're at here. Yeah, Blue Texan, that's what they all say. That's, as a matter of fact, that's one of Don Shipley's funniest things. Every one of these fake seals will tell you that they can't discuss them being a seal or anything about it because they're forbidden to because of top secret clearance. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Other than a few select missions, they can talk about anything about their service that they want. So that's definitely one of the things too. When someone starts telling you they can't discuss anything because it's top secret or whatever, they're full of shit. They're full of shit. All right. Oh, hey, Matt. I'm glad you're here tonight, Matt. You put in a super chat the other day, and I missed it. I caught it after the show, and I just wanted to give you a special thanks tonight for that super chat. Thank you very much. When I miss something like that, I have to go back and make it right. And so I told people to let me know when you were in so that I could do that. So thank you there. And thank you guys for letting me know Matt's in. I really appreciate it. I just like to make sure I identify anybody that helps me out like that, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you very much. Okay, I'm looking to see if I can find another video, but I don't know what that's even showing right now. Okay, so you must be talking about this latest one where the 45-year-old Venezuelan man died of a heart attack while in custody. I assume that's the one you're talking about. People die in custody all the time. That doesn't necessarily mean there was some kind of abuse, and there is going to be a full autopsy. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is there. Yeah, and then of course we had the incident on July 7th. That was the fatal shooting in Houston, Texas. That man tried to ram an ICE officer with his car. He weaponized his car. That's what you get. Death in custody at the Webb County Detention Center. 63-year-old Mexican national found unresponsive in his cell. There was several others, and we get back to the ones with good and pretty. I love the names. here's the bottom line, guys. If you're being stopped, and ICE is police. That's, first of all, I think that's probably the biggest misconception in the world, is that FBI, CIA, you know, if they're law enforcement officers, ICE, they're law enforcement officers, you know, customs officers, many of them are sworn law enforcement officers, just like county sheriffs, just like city police, just like constables. I mean, wherever you're at, okay, they're going to have different names for different things. If you're a sworn officer, you are a police officer. That's what you are, a law enforcement officer. LEO. Okay? ICE agents are law enforcement officers. They go through, I love them telling everybody, they don't even go through a police academy. Completely false. Completely false. They have the same requirements as all other federal law enforcement officers. They go through a police academy just like all the other officers. It's 12 or 15 weeks or whatever. It's the same thing that other police officers do. The 63-year-old Mexican national was found unresponsive in his cell on June 19th. I don't know if that's the one you're talking about. Felix Alcorta. There's so, you know, it is what it is. Look, if you're going to go across the country and gather up a bunch of people that are illegals that are all going to run from you, and then you're doing it while people are trying to run you down, there is going to be injuries and death, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter. It has to happen. We can't just not enforce our sovereignty because someone might get hurt. Because if that's the case, then we need to stop all law enforcement because someone could get hurt. You chase a car, someone could get hurt. You run after a bad guy, someone could get hurt. You respond code 3 to a burglary, someone could get hurt. If you use that logic, then I guess we need to end it all. And by the way, firemen, we're not going to send firemen in your burning house because someone could get hurt. You know, we're not going to have medics crawl down into a ditch and inside a wrecked car to hold your neck while we pry them out with the jaws of life. Oh, somebody could get hurt. You can't, it doesn't work that way. Okay? People get hurt when people make bad decisions. Who's made all the bad decisions here? Renee Good made all the bad decisions. She chose to go there. She chose to do it. She chose to bring her dog. She chose to drive towards that agent. She chose to not follow the orders. And it's the same thing with Good. He brought a gun to a protest and then caused problems. He was asking for trouble. He wanted to be a martyr. And he got his wish. So no matter what you do, if you've got law enforcement, thousands and thousands and thousands of police officers that are out in an environment where all the people they're trying to catch are going to run from them. And while that's going on, you've got the left-wing communist nutbags out there trying to run you down with grocery getters. You got them out there trying to hurt you. And then next thing you know, you're pulling over some guy. You're just going to lock him up, send him back to his country. That's all. But he takes off running and runs out in front of a tractor trailer. Somehow that's ICE's fault. I was listening to some left-wing nutbag try to explain how that was ICE's fault. Now, I saw one where a cop tased a guy that was crossing a highway, and the guy got run over and killed. That was the officer's fault. That was. This guy he was way out ahead of the cops. They didn't try to stop him. They didn't try to tase him. They just chased him. He's running. He runs out in front of a tractor trailer, and he gets run over. And these leftist pricks are trying to somehow say, hey, Not only is that ICE's fault, but of course, ultimately, it's the big bad orange man. You know, everything's always the big bad orange man. We hate the big bad orange man. That's right. Terrible, isn't it? Oh, I don't know. I think the biggest problem we have, guys, is the fact that people don't know what they're talking about. They get the left gets their information from, even when they get it from the news, they get it from CNN. CNN's not giving anything that's not biased, completely biased. Look, they didn't take the president's speech. CNN, the Communist News Network, did not take the president's speech. But why shoot a woman, a mother? Blue, you're not like that. Are you really this simple? She was driving towards a police officer. Anybody in this country, if you drive towards a police officer, bullets come through the windshield. That's the way it works. I was involved in 2 of those when I was a cop. It happens. You are not allowed to drive towards a police officer. Your car is a weapon. The moment she put that car back in drive, she pulled the pistol. That's that simple. They were given clear instructions. Her window was down. She chose to lurch towards that officer when she saw him passing in front of her car. If you don't understand that, us going back and forth about it is not going to help. They could have arrested her when? After she ran over the ICE agent? Is that when? After she drove around for 20 minutes running everybody over? We don't know what she was going to do. We do know she would have hit him. She did actually hit him. He was struck by the car. He was struck by the front of the car. That's so important. And you're saying they should have just brushed off the fact that she tried to run him over. Just brush that off, because she could be a mama. She could be a mama. The mama should have thought of this when she dropped her frickin' kid off at the daycare and then drove to an ICE thing so that she could obstruct law enforcement in the act of their duty. That's the problem. She made the bad decision. She's the bad mother. This has nothing to do with anything else. Hey, Carlotta. Welcome in. She knew what she did. It doesn't matter if she's a man or a woman, a father or a mother, a gay or a straight, a black or a white. None of that matters. None of that matters. What she is a felon that tried to run down a cop. The moment she entered that restricted area and didn't follow the commands of the officers, that's a felon right there. She's already committing felonies in their presence. And they draw their guns and tell her to get out of the van. She puts it back in drive and drives towards an officer. I don't see how this... if you don't see it this way, then you are jaded. You are hopelessly jaded. I'm looking at this from a standpoint. I used to be a cop. I was a deputy sheriff for 8 years. Okay? I'm a retired fire chief. I was a deputy sheriff for 8 years. And I'm telling you guys, I know for a fact that was a justified shoot. I've seen 11 different angles. 2 or 3 of them were really bad. But I've seen 11 different angles. I'm sick of rehashing this, really. It does get my clicks up, I guess. Yeah, if you use a car as a weapon, it's a weapon. And if you point that weapon at a cop, he shoots you. That's how it works. That's why when people come in here and they literally want to rehash this same old stupid shit over and over and over again, it's not going to change the facts. It's not going to change the video. It's not going to change the legal outcome. And it's probably not going to change public opinion. If you're on the right She's a stupid bitch that tried to run over a cop. If you're on the left, she's the victim. Oh my God, Ice just wanted to kill somebody that day. He got up and he put his gun on and he walked out his door and he just wanted to kill somebody so bad that day. He wanted to go out and take someone's life, preferably a lesbian woman. He wanted to just go out and take her life and he's just such a horrible man. You know, all the decisions were hers, not his. She made every bad decision that day. The only decision he made was one he was trained to make, and he made it appropriately. So there you go. You're raised to never hurt a woman. That's ignorant. Yes, you'd never hurt a woman. But when you're a cop, I had to wrestle women into handcuffs. Okay? I had a woman come at me with a shovel one night. And I tased her ass. I could have shot and killed her, but I didn't. You guys just don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Some people, when they come in here and they start this shit, you just don't know what you're talking about. You're thinking with your heart and not your brain cells. You got to look at things rationally. You got to look at what they teach in the manuals. Look at what they teach in the police academy. All right? If you're going to say that officer is wrong, he was taught in a public police academy, and he was taught to do just what he did that day. So maybe your problem is not with the cop or with ICE, but with the police academy that he went through. Maybe that's the problem. And saying something like he shouldn't have shot her because she's a girl and she's a mother. Dude, it could be a 12-year-old. I worked with a guy that exchanged fire with a 14-year-old. I worked with another guy that put 3 rounds through the windshield of a car that was trying to run him down, and that kid was 12. We had a woman pull a gun on us one night. She almost got killed. Doesn't matter what sex you are, what age you are, what race you are, what MMI2QS LGBTQIAS plus you are, QQQ plus you are. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Your actions matter. Take responsibility for your actions. Your actions were to get involved where you weren't belong. Your actions were to cross police lines. Your actions were to stop moving police vehicles. Your actions were to obstruct law enforcement, which is a felony. Then your action was to put your dog and your lesbian wife in harm's way. Then your act was to not follow the directions of the law enforcement officer. And then finally, your act was to put it back and drive towards one. Every bad decision that day was made by one person. And when people come in here trolling me about this, it's stupid. I was raised to never hurt a woman. That is ignorant. That is just as ignorant as it gets. Because when someone's trying to hurt you, you have to take the appropriate action. That's the way it works. They don't say, well, if it's a guy, shoot him in the face. But if it's a girl, man, hit him with some pepper spray. I mean, you hear how stupid that sounds? Is that what we should do? A kinder, nicer? Maybe we should have different bullets for girls, pink ones that don't hurt as bad. Maybe we should have like rubber bullets for the girls and lead bullets for the guys. Would that work? Because girls, I mean, apparently girls get treated different, right? That's what you're saying. I mean, it doesn't matter what I say. She was a girl. My God, she was a girl. You can't shoot anything with a vagina. Are you crazy? What are you thinking? Oh my God, she's a girl. She's a mother. She's a wife. She's a lesbian. I don't care. You know what else she is? A felon that drove at a cop. Which brings me to the sponsor this half hour. If you're having a hard time sleeping, you can get some help from the makers of Trumpanol. Have now made the new sleeping aid Tropiquil. Tropiquil is a great sleep aid that will help you get through those long, horrible nights where you're laying there in a sweat, thinking about Bad Orange Man, or possibly thinking about how cops shouldn't shoot women because they have a vagina. But either way, take some Tropiquil. It will help you today. Tropiquil. The nighttime bitching, complaining, protesting, stupid head fever so you can rest medicine. That's right, Tropiquil from the makers of Trumpanol, the leading treatment for Trump derangement syndrome, which a few people in here have tonight. And get some of this today. Get a good night's sleep. Wake up pissing red, white, and blue and loving your country. You're going to love it. Regular use will lead to entrepreneurship and a nuclear family. That's Trumpanol. Get some today from the makers of Trumpanol. Tropiquil. The nighttime bitching, complaining... I always screw this up. The nighttime bitching, complaining, protesting, hating, stupid head fever so you can rest medicine. That's right. Get some today. It's Tropiquil from the makers of Trumpanol. Yeah, women kill their children in the womb. How about that? How about that, Texas? How about that? Should we be able to do something about that? All the women that kill their babies in their womb, should we be able to do something about that? Merlin, women and men are intelligent on different planes. Women are not smarter than men. Men are not smarter than women. Women organize facts and think about things differently than men. I think what you're trying to get at, is women have a way of thinking that's very beneficial, and so do men, right? Women can plan things. They're great at understanding things and the nuances and things, and they're really into things like love and all the household, the family, the things, the having kids, the children, the this and that. Men are completely different, just as smart, but different. They're mechanical. They're thinking about, I got to hang that ceiling fan. I got to fix that pump. I got to do this. I got to do this. I'm very mechanical. I work with my hands. I go out and I make money for my family. They're just two totally, the way they're set up mentally, they're just very different. And that's why if you get a man and a woman that work very well together, they can be an amazing team. They really can. Yeah, well, Merlin, it's hard to ever win that situation you were in. It's a no-win situation. It's the Kobayashi Maru for you Star Trek fans out there. Well, Moorhead, there's some truth to that, too. I don't think women should be able to slap and beat on men, and they're not allowed to touch them back. But I don't believe in hitting women, so it's one of those things. I can only imagine chasing somebody, and when you finally catch them, say, are you a man or a woman? Because if you're a man, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. If you're a woman, I'm just going to put my little pink handcuffs on and take you back. Hey, Vector. Hey, RWL. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Yeah, but you didn't have to do it very often, Carlotta. Let's see here. No one should hit anybody in a good world. I will agree with that. Yep. All right, so that's where we're at with that. Let's take a check of the weather here real quick and see what's going on. We've got severe weather in the Northeast right now, moving through Pennsylvania. Currently, a tornado warning here issued for a fairly rural area here that's left of or west of Lewiston in Pennsylvania. This storm is going to come down here and get towards Harrisburg. It will eventually this evening get into more densely populated area, but right now it's in a mountainous area, not all that densely populated. All right, and you can see this one has left a wake of warnings and things in its past. These are flash flood warnings, and these warnings are observed considerable. Okay, that's why they're a weird color. Observed considerable. This means there is actual flooding occurring, and it's getting worse. Remember, flooding doesn't just happen. It happens, and it gets worse as the storm goes on. But then, as the storm ends, the flooding can still come up. Rivers can still rise for days after the storm is gone. So the flooding risk continues long after the lightning, the tornado, and the wind risk is long gone by days. Yeah, all right. And Carlotta, just an update. Daddy's hanging in there. No better, no worse. I'm still getting him to eat a couple times a day, wet food, and he's still drinking. He's still doing his business, but he's not gaining any weight back. So it's touch and go right now. I don't know if he's gonna make it or not. But he's had a nice long life, and we gave him a great life, and that's what it's all about. All right, let's see here. And Blue's not doing all that well, but he's gotten better as well. He's gotten quite a bit better. I thought I was going to have to put him down this week, too. Oh, you're ready for the boys already? Okay. Yeah, that's great. I think you're going to find Littles he's a little squatty body now. He's fattened up. He's like a little blimp tard. Yep, Daddy raised all these cats. He's been nice to all these cats. He raised Mama Bleeps too. He raised the other mamas too. And then he raised the 4 that we got, that we adopted 3 of them back out. And then he also raised Teddy. And now he's raised 2 or 4 of these ones that we've got. I mean, he's raised so many little kittens. Have you guys ever heard of this? I mean, we got a cat here that once the mama has the babies and the babies start walking around, he goes over and lays down and they all just start hanging out with him. And he takes care of them. He cleans them every day. He loves little baby kittens. And we've dealt with this the whole time we've had this cat. He had a horrible broken leg when we first got him, and but he's doing good now. Now he's getting close to the end of life, I think. It's been 12 years, and he's raised lots of little kittens. But I think we're getting close here. All right, guys, we're going to be doing, I'm going to keep this video going because I haven't gotten anything in here yet. I think that's going to get me flagged or anything. So I'm just going to keep the same video going, but I am going to reset here in about 10 minutes and bring aboard our regulars, any of our regulars that'll be joining at the regular time. Yep, he raised Tony as well. Tony was actually the first one, I think, that he raised. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Well, that's cool, Carlotta. I'm glad. That would be great. Yeah. I'll miss him, but I mean, I'm happy that this is happening because, they need a little more out, a little more a little more of a lot of things than they're getting right now, because I can't let them out. They'll get run over. So they're living in the house, and I don't know. I know a lot of people's cats live in the house their whole life, but it's just rough on a cat. They really got to go out in the grass every now and then. Okay, that will work, but I have every intention to come to Hamfest. I have every intention to be at Hamfest. I'm working it out with work. I think I'm going to take 2 days off work, and I think I can work it out. I may take 3 days off work. I'm still working on this, but I think I'm going to probably take 3 days off work. It's difficult now because I'm training another producer. I'm on TV now. It's very different than it was, Carr. I now sit in with Trey. I don't know if I told you, but I now sit in with Trey, and him and I do the on-TV stuff in there. And then we've hired another producer to produce with Kat. So Kat and the producer will switch back and forth. And so now we've got basically a host, an executive producer, and 2 producers. It's big time. I mean, it's really good. Yep, we're having a good time. They're doing the same thing on the morning show too. And I think eventually they're just going to have me fill in for Trey. That's kind of the direction we're moving in. The morning show guy filled in for his guy yesterday. So I think that's the direction we're moving in. And that's going to be cool. I'm certainly ready for it. Hell, I do 6 hours on here. No sweat, right? That's easy. It's little 12-minute blocks. Easy, easy, easy. I do 52-minute music hours here. So, I wish I could give you guys a link so you could watch me on TV, but unfortunately they don't stream it. Blue Texan, that's ignorant. That's ignorant. It's just not the way it is. Everywhere that socialism starts, it turns into communism, and you end up getting no days off. My God. Holy shit. So what you're saying is, all I would have to do is give up my freedom and give up capitalism and become a socialist and a communist, but I'd get 4 weeks off so I could be a lazy asshole? Is that what you're saying? I'd rather work. I'm a capitalist. I'm wanting to be successful in my life. You know, the only people that like communism are people that have no chance at success. And communism gives them that gives them that middle ground. Communism gives them that middle ground where they don't have to be good at anything. They don't have to be successful. They don't have to go out and start a business. They don't have to go out and keep a job. They don't have to deal with a boss. And what they find out once they get into communism, it's worse. It's worse. Because you end up still getting all that shit, and it's worse. There's no way. That's just another one of your statements tonight that's pretty ignorant. Yes, in Europe, all workers have paid vacation. They also make less. They have less vertical opportunity. There's a lot of things that's different there than here. A lot of things. All I know about him, all I know about Blue Texan, is that he's a devout communist, and that he believes that democracy and free markets and a representative republic doesn't work and needs to be flushed away, so that he can have socialism in his life, because he thinks that's going to be better for everybody. You know what socialism does? It makes it fair. You know why it makes it fair? Because everybody is the lowest common denominator. Everybody has nothing. You know, in Russia, almost everybody freezes in the winter. It's great. It's absolutely great. Now, if you work, you don't freeze. If you go out and get a job, get off your lazy ass and not be a frickin' sterno bum, then maybe, just maybe, You won't freeze in the wintertime. But in Russia, it doesn't matter. Everybody freezes. It's an equal opportunity freeze. Okay? Here, the bums on the street, the people that freeze, they're people that won't get off their lazy ass and go work. And that's the way I want it. Work or lay in the street. I don't give a shit which. Communism doesn't work. Communists don't create new things. They don't invent things. Communists never have thriving things that work very well. Communists don't provide those things that we need around the world. They don't provide invention. They don't provide any of those things that large corporations provide us. The stability, the consistency. You've got to be smart enough to see that this is the way it is, but you're not, I guess. Okay, you're not a communist, you're a democratic socialist. It's synonymous. They mean the same thing. Democratic socialism just is the step right before communism. You don't get one without the other. It always devolves into communism. Always. Everywhere. For 1,000 years. Life's not equal, it's a bitch. You know what the United States does? It provides the equal opportunity. We provide equal opportunity. What communism does is provide equal outcome. Everybody fails. Everybody freezes. Everybody's poor. That's what communism does. That's what socialism does. They reduce everything to the lowest common denominator. But hey, it's fair, right? It's fair, right? I'd rather have this system where I work hard, I live better. I work hard, I eat better. I start a company, I do good, I live better. I buy a better car, I buy a better house. I love capitalism. And if I have a bad year and I have to sell my car, oh well, I work harder the next year. What do communists and socialists do? Nothing. Nothing. Because they make the same amount of money whether they do anything or not. Doesn't matter to them. Yes. Yeah, capitalism means the people that work hard get something. You know, it's like this channel, okay? I'm working hard here. I've worked hard for this channel. I'm here almost every single night on this channel. I put in 10 to 20 hours a week on broadcast and another 10 to 20 hours a week in prep and in answering emails and answering comments and dealing with YouTube and copyrights and everything else. And you guys, I don't make a lot of money. You know, I make $100, $200 a month if I'm lucky, and that's great. But here's the thing. I am an entrepreneur. And I'm doing this, I'm investing in myself. This is an investment in me. You see what I mean? I'm investing in me. That's what capitalism is. I want to be wealthy. I want to be successful. I want to have good jobs. And therefore, I work my freaking ass off. That's capitalism. That's what drives this country down the road. We would become some mediocre shit if we were communist socialists like you want to be. We would be mediocre shit forever. Absolute mediocre shit. But that's what the left wants. I mean, look at the left. They're a bunch of losers. Everybody they've run for president, bunch of losers. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Douche Newsom, Nancy Stretch Pelosi. My God, look at them all. They're all a bunch of losers. They love their losers. They keep running the same losers over and over again. You got to be for something. And what it is capitalism. Money's not a bad thing. These socialists will say things like, money's the problem. No, it isn't. No, you making money's the problem. Money is simply a representation of labor. That's all it is. If you don't like money, it's because you're lazy. You know who don't like money? Lazy people don't like money. I work my ass off. I make money. I like money. All these freaking socialist, Democrat, communist pricks that keep telling us that we're going to change our country. We're going to change capitalism. We're going to change the representative republic. We're going to change everything over to a democratic, socialist, communist system because it's all the same thing. And that's going to make it better here. If you believe that, you're stupid. There's no other way around it. You don't know the first thing about economics. You've obviously never studied anything. Wow. Chicalago, thank you very, very much. Just sent 5. And you got one of your own gift memberships. I don't think that's ever happened before. That's awesome. Chicalago. Just donated 5 memberships. Carlotta Alata received one. Chicalago got one of his own, or her own. I'm sorry, I shouldn't gender. Stephen Davidson, welcome aboard. You just got a membership. And She-Wolf and Neptune Ian Wave. Welcome, guys. Welcome all into the Starship. Pick up your uniforms and meet us in the galley. All right, so let's see where we're at here. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. Yeah, all right. Thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. And thanks, Peachy King. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Remember hope and change. Yeah, but see, the problem was the change. When Barack Obama would say, we need hope, man, we need change. When he would say stuff like that, okay, the change part was the scary part. They were hoping to change to a different kind of society. Okay, so just that's what that was all about. He even made the statement that things won't be right until we can fundamentally change this country. He made that statement. Now, and I don't even think he's a communist. But he saw it coming. Because leftism today is socialism light. And socialism today is commie light. You just, you drink the one beer for a while and then finally you just want a little bit more so you get the regular one, Yeah, it's ridiculous. I just can't believe that people on the left can come in here and try to defend this lunacy. They literally try to defend this lunacy. It's crazy. All right, everybody, let's take a little a breather here. I'm going to take a 3-minute break. I'm going to stand up and walk around real quick. And I'm gonna play the spot. You guys, 3-minute break, 3 minutes, and I'll be right back. I have to break every hour and walk. All right, or something bad's gonna happen. I don't know. Yeah, there you go. All right, guys, 3 minutes, and I'll be right back. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth. It's 9:04 on the East Coast, 6:04 on the left coast behind enemy lines, and we are broadcasting live worldwide on YouTube via fiber optic. I'm glad you guys are all here tonight in the chat room and watching the show. Thank you very much. A 3-minute break. We'll be right back. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth right here on Starship Adventures. Oh, for God's sake. Whatever. My sound's off. I don't give a shit. Whatever. I don't even want to go through all that again. Whatever. Okay. I don't give a shit. I turn it back on. It doesn't come back on. I don't know what to tell you. All right. So anyway, let's go back. Let's try it again. Let's do it from the effing top. Hello, everybody. My name's Ian. This is StarShip Adventures. We're joining the adventure tonight. I'm broadcasting live from North Fort Myers in auxiliary control, worldwide on YouTube, over glass, all the way to Al Gore's house. That's right. God damn it. I hate that mic thing, dude. It pisses me off so bad. I just did all of this. All right, and we're covering tonight 5 different things. We're covering severe weather in the Northeast. We've got a tornado warning that we're looking at now. We've got flooding in South Texas, and we've got a Gulf of Mexico low-pressure system that's trying to turn into a tropical storm. And we have got an escalation of things going on in Iran, and shit's going to shit over there because those stupid asshole 6th century third world country pricks can't come to the table and negotiate like regular people, nor can they ever keep a ceasefire. So we're just going to have to level that place, glass bowl the fucker or something, because we've got to literally end this damn war right now. Jeez. Now, I'm not mad at you guys. I'm mad at this thing, and I don't know whether I clicked it right or what. Not mad at you guys. It's probably better the second time because I'm more passionate. Anyway, the point is and then the final thing we're covering is the mediocre protests across the country. These protests were supposed to be a big, huge day of it was supposed to be the bowel movement across the nation, or whatever the hell they're calling it. Communist rules or something, and they were supposed to have this big thing again this weekend, and it didn't materialize. The biggest one I saw was, of course, Portland, Oregon, where most of the degenerates live, and out there was probably I don't know, maybe 200 people at the most. Trump could end it by not attacking them. God, you make the most ignorant statements. Do you have AI like, what's the most ignorant thing I could say on this topic right here? We could just let them create a nuclear bomb, right? Or I could do that. We could just let them do whatever they want, right? Jesus. It's senseless dealing with people that don't care about the truth. If you don't care about the truth, then you're going to make stupid statements like that. That would make us appear weak also, and that's something you cannot do as a nation, is appear weak. Let's see. Hallelujah! Holy shit! Where's the Tylenol? Yep, that was the full-on Clark Griswold, absolutely. Yeah, I know it does. I just get aggravated when I talk for 10 minutes and then realize the mic is off, you know? It doesn't happen that much, but it's happened 2 or 3 times recently, and it really upsets me. That Christmas Vacation movie is probably one of my top 10 or 15 movies of all time. I like the original. The European one's okay. The Vegas one's watchable. Guys, I don't know if you can hear me or not. We've just had some kind of power outage here. My power's down. I'm broadcasting on battery power. My internet's on battery, and so is my laptop. But my power has gone down. So let me see what's going on. I'll be right back. Hopefully it'll come back up. You guys won't believe it. Yeah, okay, it was not a power outage. Mama Kitty sat on the power strip and turned it off. The power strip that's running this half of my room over here where all the equipment's at. So anyway, we're still here. Yeah, well, yeah, my to-do list here is a mile long. Yeah, it's pretty bad right now. I got a number of things I'm working on. The pump is intermittent. The air conditioner's dead in the water. But the electrical problem's not a problem. It was just a switch. Yeah. Mama Kitty. Yeah, Mama Bleep. All right, so anyway, let's get back to luckily, the batteries held and everything stayed up and we didn't lose our broadcast and have to start over and all that bullshit. So that's always a good thing, right? All right, so of all the things we're talking about tonight, probably the biggest one is this Iran situation. We did lose 2 service members today. They were in Jordan at one of our bases and they were attacked and killed. So we did lose 2 servicemen. We are missing 1 right now. They're looking for him. U.S. Central Command said more than 50,000 American service members are operating across the Middle East and remain vigilant, lethal, and ready. Jordan's armed forces said they intercepted 10 Iranian missiles early Sunday. There were no reports of casualties or damage following those interceptions. Kuwait said early Saturday that it was responding to Iranian drone attacks. The Kuwait Army said in a statement that its air defenses were engaging incoming drones and urged residents to stay sheltered in place. The State Department has issued tonight a heightened tensions warning in the Middle East. The security environment there remains complex, with the potential for unforeseen escalation. They remind Americans in the region to be continued for the continued need for caution and encourage them to monitor for news in the area they're in. And probably not necessarily a bad idea at this point. I would get the garf out of there. That's what I would do. But that's just me. I would get the hell out of there. But you know, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you got family there. I mean, it's, you know, there's a lot of different things. So we're basically in a situation with Iran right now where we're just going to have to deal with this. We're just going to take care of it. They're a 6th century mentality, third world country. I keep saying it. That's what it is. It's literally like dealing with people who are just, they're not as smart as we are. They're not as evolved as we are. And we shouldn't expect much more out of them, I guess. Yeah, I was on emergency power. The shield's held, though. Okay. Yeah. Well, the one good thing about the laptop, I have a battery backup on my on the network internet system, and I've got this hooked directly into that system. I ran a wire directly into it for this show. And so because that's battery and because this is battery, if the power does go out or blink out, I should stay on the air. That's the hope. And sure enough, I just lost power to my entire console here, and we stayed on the air. So hopefully it will work. You guys know battery backup systems are very expensive. If it was up to me, I would have a huge battery backup system, and everything would run through that. And yeah, but I don't have that kind of money. That's crazy money. It's crazy money. All right, so that's what's going on in Iran, and we are watching that. I still want to call it Iraq because, you know, well, we had issues there too. Yep, and Nancy Pelosi's husband in trouble again. Yeah, this time he drove away from a car accident, hit and run. That's right, Nancy Pelosi. I mean, she's in the Democrat Party. Why would you think they would stop and give their information in an accident? They don't do anything else that's the right thing to do. So why would they start there? Remember, this was the same guy. All kinds of weird stuff's happened to this guy. And so there you go. Crazy, crazy stuff. And yeah, space weather. We've got sunspot 4489, which has been quiet for days. But if something were to light this fuse, it could blow. And it is going to be Earth directed here for the next 3 or 4 days. I think that solar images always look more 3D when the colors are inverted, which is, and this is a neat image I'm going to put up for you guys. Oh, fuck. Save image. This is a great shot of this, oh, son of a bitch. I just got to get rid of this one. It is... I love OBS, but there's a couple of weird things that it does that I just can't get over. The worst part of this show is having to do all this production while I'm live. Oh my God. Ridiculous. Yeah, this is a great shot. This shot was taken by David Wilson, captured the delicate situation in his home movie from Inverness, Scotland. He said, I think the solar images are better when they reverse the colors, which is what he did there. The lights are black and the blacks are light. The fuse is the long filament attached to the sunspot. Magnetic filaments are notoriously unstable. If this one lifts off, it will tear itself from the heart of the sunspot and might trigger a strong solar flare. And as you can see, it's coming around on that eastern limb, which means it's going to be anything that happens in the next 3 or 4 days is going to be geo-effective, and it could even be Earth directed. So there's something to definitely watch there. And then let's see what else there is here. Let me pull this next one up for you guys. There we go. There we go, you guys. Okay, so this is an image here of Comet 10P Temple 2. It's got a bright dust tail on it right now. And here's what they're saying about it. A comet with a razor-thin tail. Earth is approaching the orbital plane of an ancient comet with an unusual appearance. 10P Temple, the comet is bisected by a razor-thin layer of dust, making it look a bit like Saturn with the edge-on rings. Chris Sure photographed this 10P this week from Happy Jack, Arizona. This comet is exhibiting the most obvious dust trail I've ever seen in 50 years, he says. Note the distinction, trail versus tail. The structure in Sure's photo is a trail, a pancake of gravel-sized debris that has settled into the comet's orbit over hundreds to thousands of years. This differs from a tail, which is a young spray of fresh gas and dust in many directions. Comet 10P, pancake tail, was discovered by NASA's Infrared Astronomical Satellite, or the IRAS, in 1983. One of the first ever found. Catching it with a backyard telescope is fairly rare. This weekend is prime time to try. Between July 18th and 22nd, Earth crosses 10P's orbital plane as the crossing occurs. Now, anybody that's watched a couple of Star Trek Next Generation episodes know how this works. It's a 2D. This is like a two-dimensional thing. You got a comet, and you've got a disk around it, like it's not a trail. It's a trail, not a tail, and it runs along ahead and behind the comet. Okay, and it actually is there. However, if the comet were to be angled like this, you would look right through it and not see it. But because we're looking plane on, we're looking onto the side of it, where we're seeing Saturn as if Saturn's rings were directly at us, and it just looks like a straight line. That's what this is, and that's why we can see this visible dust trail on this particular beautiful emerald green comet. So there you go. The comet is currently at a magnitude 8.4 object in the constellation Capricorn, brightening to 7.7 by month's end. It will be closest to Earth on August 3rd, but now is the time to look while the gravel tail is on edge, so you're looking across it. A small telescope will show the green coma with ease, while deep sky exposures will be needed to catch the actual the trail, the gravel trail, as they call it. So there you go. That's pretty cool, huh? I thought that was neat. And finally, bright noculescent clouds reported once again. Observers in northern Europe are reporting bright noculescent clouds. These guys, if you don't know what inoculescent clouds are, just give me 2 minutes and I'll tell you. It's real quick. Do you guys know how every now and then we can see the space station fly over, but yet the space station doesn't have any lights? Why can we see it? Well, we can see it because we're standing in the dark, but the space station is in space. So it's up high enough that that it's being illuminated by the sun, even though we are maybe an hour beyond that happening to us, because our sun has already set. Once our sun sets, we're sitting in the dark, but we're looking up at something that is still being illuminated by the sun. Well, every so often, clouds will end up in the atmosphere. They'll get pushed up into the upper layers of the atmosphere. And when this happens, I lost my page. Where did my page go? When this happens, these clouds get so high up there that they're illuminated by the actual sun. And so you're sitting in the dark, but the clouds are still up in the sun. This kind of happens at sunset too, but it happens relatively quickly. This, on the other hand, these clouds are much higher. This water vapor is way, way up in the atmosphere, way above the clouds. And so it's being illuminated by a sun that is already set. They're called noculescent clouds. And we're in noculescent season right now. This display happened just before midnight. This is the time when summertime water vapor rises to the edge of space and crystallizes around meteor dust. So the sightings are not a surprise. There you go. Isn't that amazing? And to show you guys how this works, thanks to spaceweather.com, we actually have a little thing here that I can show you, and I'm going to do that right now. Right, cha. Okay, so there's your diagram. So you can see where you're at. You're the observer, and you can't see the sun anymore because the sun's way down here. See? Look how low those normal clouds are. But these clouds are way, way up there on the edge of space. And so they're still illuminated by the sun, which is way down here. And that's how it works. This is also the same phenomenon that allows us to see the International Space Station fly over. Yeah, smoke, as much as it sucks, smoke will give you the most beautiful sunset. Saharan dust sometimes, but here's the thing about Saharan dust. It takes big puffy rain clouds to make a really good sunset. A lot of people don't realize that. A wall cloud in Canada. Yeah, I got 2 dead videos over here, so I'll just put it over here. I'll put it on number 4. And then I'm going to turn off upright 2 and stretch number 4 back across. There we go. There's your wall cloud. And that's going to be Storm Chaser Freddie McKinney. That's Freddie McKinney. All right. Okay. All right, so that's how that works, guys. I really just wanted you guys to see inoculescent clouds are really, really cool. And they're fairly rare, but you'll get to see them. They're not like, even like northern lights are really rare for us down here in Florida. But I've seen inoculescent clouds down here 2 or 3 times, 4 times just in the last couple of years. So there you go. That's your space weather. And currently the geomagnetic field is quiet. Okay, here we go. Solar flux is 110 right now, so not that great for radio. Solar flux is 110. We like that when it's higher. Let's see, solar wind right now 349, and then we also look at the KP index. The geomagnetic field is as smooth as glass right now. So tonight would be a good night to get on 40 meters and talk across the world. It would be nice if the solar flux was higher, but at 110 with a totally smooth KP index, you should be able to talk out there pretty good tonight, because what you'll find is that when the geomagnetic field has an index of 0 or 1, meaning that it's very smooth, it tends to reflect our radio signals back down clearer and more intact. All right. Mama, where did you come from? You've already tried to turn the show off. What else are you going to do? Okay. We did talk about that disturbance out there. I'm not going to rehash the whole thing, but I'm seeing this thing as being more active, I think, than I was expecting. Truthfully, let me see. No, we're not playing this game where you guys. No, what are you doing? Bloody hell! All right, so let me show you this. This is the current out there right now, and I want to bring a few things to your attention here. Center of rotation's right about here right now, somewhere in that area. I don't know exactly, but you can see, you can kind of follow the way the clouds are moving. We're pretty sure that's going to be it right there. And so this is going to continue to move up, and the current thinking on this is it's going to stall out, and it's going to go really slow and move back towards this way. That's what they're thinking. Now we got several models. Actually, two of the best performing models. Bring it up, it stalls out, and it eventually just goes into the Florida Panhandle as a strong wave or a weak tropical storm. Yeah, they're up to 50% now. Every forecast goes up 10%. So they're getting more and more confidence that we're going to end up with something. Now, we're going to run those models again in just a minute. But we had several models that brought it around like this, and even one model that brought it over like this and brought it in this way as nearly a Category 1 hurricane. This would bring it in as about a 45-mile-an-hour tropical storm. And if it followed this path here, probably would not even make tropical storm status, or just barely. But those are the three scenarios we're looking at. And we're going to go run. There's been new model runs that have come out since we talked about this last, a couple hours ago. And so we're going to go ahead and we're going to rerun those and see if they come out any different than they were before. So as you guys know, we use Mike's weather page, which is right there. There's Mike right there. And he's got a show right here in the morning called The Daily Brew. I always call it Strange Brew, but that was a movie. Yeah, but I like Mike. I've watched Mike for years. And so a great page for following everything tropical. When a storm is named, once a storm is named, the information will come right here. You'll be able to see it right here. There it is. It's already starting to pop up. Okay, we looked at this earlier here on Tropical Tidbits. This is the measurement to see how many models are picking it up and which ones think it's going to be strengthening to what. Well, right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 models. Okay, 6 models that believe that it's going to be in the tropical storm range at some point. We now have 2 models that now believe it's going to be a hurricane. And we have another 7 models down here that think that it's not going to be jack shit. So we're starting to see a hell of a split here, but the main thing to take away from this right now is earlier it looked like this. There was none of this was up here. And the significance to that is 2 of these models, the HMNI and the HWFI, now both see some strengthening in this thing, and they're bringing it up to hurricane status. This is what happens early on sometimes, and it never materializes. But other times this happens, and it's because one of the models has picked up on a trend that's actually going to be a real trend. Hey, Randy, what's going on? Glad you made it. All right, let's see. So that is from, as I said, Tropical Tidbits, which Mike's weather page will link you right in there. It's great. But you can see here, let me get those arrows off the screen. All right, there we go. Let's go back to Mike's weather page. And I already showed you this. This is the infrared. But the thing you can take away from this right now, look at all this moisture coming down. Okay, I mean, this is significant. Look at this big ball of moisture up here. It's freaking huge, right? And it's coming down. Where's it going to go? Well, it's going to get fed right into this bastard, right? Just like that. That's what's going to happen. It's going to get fed right into it. And this could be the energy that's going to become necessary to get it to spin up into a tropical storm. But we definitely have a spin out here. There's definitely low pressure sitting here. Actually, I think it's moved since we were in here last, obviously. It's more up here now. But that's your low pressure center. And you can see everything's moving around that. And then all this is going to get sucked into the vortices here. And when that happens, it's going to be additional energy. You got other energy out here. You've got energy down here. And this thing has plenty of energy to work with. And so this, I think, is going to be a tropical storm. It's going to be the B storm. And oh, there you go. All right, another ham guy. I love it. My call sign's Kilo Oscar 4, Echo Foxtrot Sierra. Been a ham for a while. Love HF. I do a lot of parks on the air. All right, let's continue on here. All right, sea surface temperatures. Look at this, guys. 88 degrees, 86, 87. The entire area where this is right now, it's sitting right here. That is in some very warm water, especially for this time of year. And you're asking probably like, well, how much lower is it than normal? Well, I can tell you, this is the anomaly map. All right, this is the surface temperature anomaly map, meaning this map is going to show you the difference between normal and now. Okay, and the way this thing works let me see if I can adjust it here. Yeah, you can see that on the right over here. These are the colors, and this is degrees Celsius. So when we look at this, you can see, and it is kind of hard to see, I will admit. Let me see if I can move this over a little bit. You can see over here that areas that are near the Gulf of Mexico in Florida, this whole area that we're talking about is warmer than normal, and it's a good degree or two warmer than normal Celsius. So I mean, that tells you right there that we may not have the best shear conditions because of El Nino, but we do have some pretty warm water, and the water is the fuel. All right. Looks like a new model run that just came out. Let's see. Let's go back to Tropical Tidbits. This is a... No, these are the same ones. But I do want to show you guys. Look at this model run here. This is interesting. This model run, the color denotes what kind of storm it's going to be. Anything in red is a hurricane. So we've got 5 models here, 5 or 6 models here, forecasting a hurricane. Everything in yellow is a tropical storm. Roughly. It goes by pressure. And then greens and blues are below tropical storm strength. So you can see these little numbers, 72, that's 72 hours from now is where it's going to be, 120 hours from now. But you can see that the black line is the average consensus for this set of models. That's the average consensus. So if you take all the right ones and all the left ones and you average them out, you end up with this black line in the middle. You can see the ones going over Louisiana are consistent. The ones that don't go over Louisiana are everywhere. That's something you look for. If you're really wanting to see where this thing's going to go, it's probably going to go towards where you have more model consistency and not where you have models that are all over the frickin' place. So let me reset this. And let's go to here again. Oh, no, let's go back to Tropical Tidbits. This one here. This one is now showing 3 of the model runs showing it going over Louisiana. And you've got 4 or 5 more showing it going up into the Panhandle. I'm thinking if it's going to be a storm, it's going to be a New Orleans storm. If it goes on up into Florida, I don't think it's going to be that bad. But if it ends up going, it's going to end up being more than that if it goes left, because it's going to have 2 more days of Gulf water to be over the top of. And then this is the last one. This one has no consensus, but it's still. I want you to notice, even though this one really doesn't even know what's going on, it still has 5 or 6 of them over here hitting New Orleans. So if I were a betting man, which I'm not, I would bet, oh God, I don't know. If I was a betting man right now, I would say a 60-mile-an-hour tropical storm, and the landfall will be somewhere west of the Delta in New Orleans. Maybe even western New Orleans or eastern Texas even. If it goes as far as Texas, it could easily be a Cat 1 hurricane. Well, Randy, we appreciate you coming in. I'm here every night from 9 to 11. Sometimes, like today, I went on 3 hours early. Other times, I stay on an hour or 2 or 3 late, depending on what the situation is going on out here. I like to cover breaking news and bring it to you guys in a unique format. And for those that are just joining us, you're probably wondering, why does this guy do this like this? Well, I work at a TV station, and I do conservative talk radio, but it is a big TV station, radio station that I work at. And when there's big breaking news, I go down and sit in the producer's booth for the television station. Why? Because the wall looks like what you're looking at. I have great shots coming in from the network cable stations, network stations coming in. I got all my local feeds coming in. I've got cable feeds coming up here. I can see everything coming in at one time. And I can sit there and in just a few minutes, I can figure out what's going on. I can get a lot of information. And so I wanted to find a unique way to provide the news to you guys. And so I'm doing it as if you're sitting in the producer's booth of a television news show. You can see everything at once. Well, thanks, Randy. I appreciate that. Yeah, Moorhead Ham's dead everywhere, pretty much. I will tell you, there's a few things left. There is a few things left where ham radio is still cooking with gas. Believe it or not, the Ham Fest still do good. The Ham Fest, the bigger ones, do really good. I went to Orlando, the third biggest one in the country, and it was a blast. It was full, people everywhere, crowded. It was freaking amazing. I loved it. I spent the entire day. You know, when I go with other people, I drive my own car because I stay till after it's completely over. I am like total geek, right? So Hamfests are still doing good. And then, of course, if you want to operate, there's only really two operating modes to do, and that's FT8 and the new FT2, and of course the old FT4, that whole conglomerate there. And then the other thing is POTA voice. If you're wanting to do voice on HF, POTA's the way to do it. You can even sit at home and just chase POTA all day. I love POTA. POTA's my thing. I got the sticker on the car, and I love it. I bought a whole array of ham sticks, and I've got some of Heath's ham sticks too. And I got a big adapter on the back of my trunk. I got my FT710 I put on the dashboard, and I go POTA, man. Parks on the air. I even got a song in my song repertoire for working Parks on the air. So yeah, I love working it. As far as sitting around the shack and just calling CQ on an open frequency, yeah, I gave up on that. I gave up on that 5 years ago. But I do love ham radio. I will tell you that the biggest drawback to ham radio is the humans that are involved in it. That sucks. They overcomplicate everything. You know, we got 500 contests, 700 contests or something worldwide. 500 contests. And every single one of them has a different logbook, different rules, different logging directions, a different program that has to be used. It's so dumb. Humans have ruined ham radio. There should be one log program that works for every contest. You shouldn't have to set up flaky freaking bullshit and all this. You shouldn't have to pay for software. Humans ruin everything. I love contesting, but I can't deal with the bullshit. It's almost like I like flying, but I can't deal with the bullshit. It's kind of the same way. I haven't flown in 20 years. Because I just can't deal with the bullshit. I'd rather drive. POTA is saving ham radio, and I know a lot of people don't want to say it, but FT8's helping too. And I'll tell you something else. The most unlikely things, two of the things that people hate the most in ham radio are saving ham radio. You ready? Here it is. FT8 and Baofeng. That's right, Baofeng. These old curmudgeons hate Baofengs. They hate them. And you know what? They're damn good little radios. They are great radios. I love my Baofengs. I've got like 12 or 15 of them. I got everything. I got the FT32, the FT25. I got all of them. I got everything. And I love them all. So these old curmudgeons don't want to talk about it. But what's saving ham radio? POTA, FT8, Baofeng. Because people are sick of giving Yezu $300 or $400 so they can have a really nice handheld radio. I spent $46 and another $8 on a belt clip, and that UV32 is my favorite radio. And my UV25 is my second favorite radio. I love them. And they're rugged, they're amazing, and they're both under $50. And they come with everything you need. They even come with extra antennas and shit. Yeah, I love I love 40 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. I've also do a lot of FT8 on 12 meters and 17 meters. I mean, I do it, dude. I love it. I even got this laptop I can put in the car. And I got a deck that goes in the car. The radio goes on, the big radio goes on the dashboard, and my FT710, and I hook it all up, and I do FT8 driving down the road. Obviously, I'm not looking at it much, but I'm just saying, I see it pop up, boom, there it is. I hit it, I can do it. I can pull over somewhere and sit there and work FT8 contacts for 20 or 30 minutes. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I don't like spending a lot of money with these companies that are soaking us. Yaesu and ICOM and even some of the others, they're soaking us. These radios aren't that expensive to build. I paid $1,200 for my FT710, brand new. I wanted my first new rig. I got an ICOM 756 Pro that works perfectly, but I wanted something smaller. I wanted to still have a big screen, but have a small radio. The FT710 is perfect. I take delivery of this, and it's never worked right. It's never worked right. And the only thing Yaesu will do is you have to box it up, and you have to pay to ship it back to them. And I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to ship my radio off. I'll never see it again. I've had very bad luck with that kind of shit. And so I'm stuck with a broken radio. I don't know. I have bad luck with stuff like that, but it still works great. It's just when you plug the USB in, it doesn't work. I have no rig control. And it's funny because I bought this radio. The number one reason I bought this radio is because the audio outs and the rig control don't work for my my 756 Pro either. So I bought this radio so I would finally have audio in and out USB and rig control on USB. Get it home. It doesn't do it. It won't do it. It'll give me audio in and out. But I still have to control the rig manually, and I have to use the Vox function in order to transmit. It's disheartening to spend $1,200 on something. And you call them 5 days after you buy it, and they tell you, yeah, well, put it back in that box and pay to ship it to us. This thing weighs 25 pounds or something. 20 pounds. I'm going to pay to ship it to them, and then they're going to ship it back to me when it's fixed. They sold me a broken radio. And then when I caught up with the Yaesu guy at the Ham Fest, and he was an asshole. I couldn't believe it. I kept telling him, I said, look, here's what it's doing. And he kept trying to tell me something that was not the problem. And I finally told him, I said, sir, please, the problem is this. I plug it in. It sees the sound card both ways, but there's no rig control. The rig control will not work. Now, if I turn off the sound device, the rig control will work. So it's something to do with your radio. I've tried it on a Linux system. I've tried it on Windows 10. I've tried it on Windows 11. And it does the same thing on all three computers. So it is what it is. And I'm not paying somebody to fix a goddamn brand new radio that I just bought. I just give up. I threw it in the corner out there. I don't mess with it much. I'm whatever. If I want to go do POTA, I stick it on the dash and I go do POTA, and that's about all I'm doing with it. I used to do FT8 almost daily. But because the radio doesn't work and I have such a high noise floor here anyway, I just decided, screw it. I don't even have it hooked up right now. I've even tried different USB cables. I've tried shielded USB cables. I've tried wrapping tinfoil around all the cables. I've grounded everything. I've grounded the radio separately. I've tried everything. I've reinstalled the software. I've run it in a virtual machine. I've tried it under all different conditions. It will not do rig control if the sound thing's turned on. It just won't. And while I'm trying to talk to this jerk about it, he finally said, he goes, look, if you'll let me explain it to you. I said, look, you're not even talking about what's wrong. And we ended up getting in a pissing match. And he ended up yelling at me and telling me I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. And I told him I wanted his name. I was going to file a complaint on him. I got his card. I filed a written complaint on him with Yazoo National. What a piece of shit. God, that makes me mad. $1,200. It was a $1,400 radio. I got it on a special deal because it was at the Ham Fest. I bought it at the Ham Fest in Atlanta, Georgia. And then I ended up running into the guy, not the same guy, but the guy for Yazoo. I also went to the company where I bought it, HRO, and they said they can't help me. They don't take returns. I'm like, I want to give you back this radio. It's broken. Nope, they don't do that. Nope, you got to ship it back to Japan or whatever. So that'll be the last Yazoo I ever buy, I can tell you that. Well, there you go. I started talking ham radio, and we lost 22 viewers. So there we go. Nobody ever wants to talk about that. That's why I got away from doing ham radio. This channel was designed and built for ham radio. I was doing the Friday night tech night. Every Friday night, I would do a 3-hour show where we built something, we did something, we loaded something, we connected something. And those shows are all still on this channel. You can go back and find them. They were all broadcast via Zoom. I had some great specialists on. We did all that stuff. I never could get an audience in ham radio over 10 or 20 people. Because people in ham radio just don't give a shit anyway. And so I ended up morphing this into a news and weather and science thing here. Yeah, I don't do anything with CB, and it's not because I don't like CB or any of that kind of stuff. I just don't see the need for CB. All I ever hear on there is people screaming and swearing and screaming and swearing. That's all I ever hear on there. I don't know what you would accomplish on a CB. I mean, you're in a quagmire of people. The only way to get above it is to put a 1500 watt kicker on that bitch, or use an FM mode and be talking FM over people that are on AM and people that are on sideband. And I've never understood why I need a CB radio. I have one, and it's even hooked up, but I never turn it on because I don't know what you do on CB. See, if I want to listen to that, I like the 7200, the 7.2 as they call it. Yes, Moorhead, they're being sued, but let's get right down to brass tacks here. They bought that lettuce from another company. All right? Which means that these people are going to end up suing Taco Bell. Taco Bell's going to end up paying out something. And then Taco Bell's going to sue the lettuce company to get their money back. Because it's not Taco Bell's fault. All right? There's no way for an employee to check lettuce for this parasite. There's no way to, you can handle the produce the moment it arrives at your Taco Bell franchise store. You can handle it perfectly the entire time, and it won't make a bit of difference. If that parasite's there, it's there. So I don't, I'm hearing a bunch of down talk on Taco Bell. Now, do I think it's going to hurt them? No. No. And here's how I know. Bluebell Ice Cream, my favorite ice cream company, they killed somebody with listeria. Yeah, it happens. It's business. They served 1 million gallons of ice cream, and one of them made somebody die. And guess what? I still buy Bluebell. That's my ice cream. I love Bluebell. Why is that light going on and off? Oh, because we're playing with the plug. Can we not play with the plug? Thank you. Come here, little. He don't like being held, but this is my little guy. He is such a great little kitty. I'm still working. By the way, I picked his brother up today and put him right back down again. That's like the next step. I've been petting him every day, and now I've picked him up and I held him for about 5 seconds and I sat him right back down again. And now I'm gonna feed them before I go to bed tonight. I'm gonna feed him up. Everybody gets wet food, and I'll sit there and pet him again, and I'll pick him up a couple times and mess with him, pet him a little bit. He's getting to where he's accepting me too. They were both feral. Their mother's feral, completely feral. Yep. Look, people ran a Siamese breeding thing in this neighborhood like 20 years ago, 15 years ago. And to this day, we have more Siamese strays than any other kind. I got chewy balls out there, which is a stray that comes up. We call him chew balls. You know why we call him chewy? We call him chewy because he comes home so chewed up by dogs and other cats and shit. I don't know how he lives. But he wanders up here and eats a couple times a week. We've got Blue, which is one of the ones I take care of here. He's a Siamese. And every time that a cat wanders up here pregnant, sure enough, they pop out a bunch of Siamese cats because all the male Siamese cats in the neighborhood, all the male cats in the neighborhood are Siamese. So yeah, it's the way it is. They make good cats though. The mama that made this one made one other one before this batch, and that one my call screener has, Cat. And his name is Ducky. And he lives the dream life over there, trust me. Why are you licking me? Your tongue's like an 80 grit. Hey, do we need that? Do we need to do that? I want people to see you. You're so cool. Yeah. Yeah. So cool. Come here. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, see, I count FT8 differently. You know, like I've made contacts all over the whole world on FT8. I've got 27,000 contacts, and I think about 20,000 of them are on FT8, and I've got about 6,000 or 7,000 voice contacts. But on my FT8, I used to only chase like DX. I never asked for DX, but I would chase DX. So in other words, if I saw a Japan station pop up, I would pounce on him until I got him. And I used to get Japan all the time in the morning, and Australia. I'd run that gray line. Man, I miss radio. I bought that expensive ass radio, and it didn't work, and it just kind of really deflated. I got 2 really good HF radios out there, and they just sit there. Yeah. It sucks. I think the most disheartening part about the whole thing is nobody's even willing to talk to me on the phone and run me through the menus or make sure that we got it hooked up right, or they don't really even offer any technical support. They would not give me technical support. And so the only other time I had this problem with, which was HRD, Ham Radio Deluxe, they stole $100 from me and never got my programming working. This is the kind of shit you get in ham radio, though. This company ends up being foreign owned, and they screw a lot of people. As a matter of fact, I know two people in town here, two people, one in Charlotte, one in Lee, that paid the $100 just like I did, and they never got it working, and they would not refund the money. That's Ham Radio Deluxe, HRD. Do not use them. They're terrible. All right, where are we at? Let me go back over here and do a quick news check. What are you doing, little guy? Yeah, Mitch McConnell. Here's this guy. He looks like a turtle. Here's this guy that he's been a senator or whatever. He's been in the government so long, and he's like near death. And everybody was told that day that he had died, and then all of a sudden they said, no, we were wrong, he's not dead. And it's like, dead, not dead. That's a pretty big thing. Oh, no, now not dead. Was dead, now not dead? Or was, I don't know. So what's going on with Mitch McConnell? Well, there quite a bit. People thought he was dead. They were told he was dead. And then 2 weeks later, nobody had seen him. So now we're thinking maybe he is dead. So they literally released a proof of life picture. They released a picture of him sitting next to his little trophy wife that he bought from another country. And, yeah, he's literally, it was a proof of life picture. It even had a newspaper in it that had the picture from that morning of the guy kicking the ball in one of the FIFA games. Yeah. It was literally like he didn't hold up the newspaper, which would have been perfect. Remember in the old movies, they need a proof of life, so they would have you hold a newspaper as if that would work today. I mean, I could make a proof of life picture for him right now, where he's holding the newspaper, Yeah, that's fine. Anytime he wants to do it, I will do it. I'll just have to work out a time. But I'll work around their schedule unless it's between 2 and 7. I mean, I really don't want to take a day off work. But other than that, I'll do it any other time they want to do it. Even weekends, whatever. I wonder if they added stuff to that proof of life picture. I don't know. I don't know. But now, and in the proof of life comment that they made, they said that it would be a long time before he returns to the Senate. I'm like, what? Well, really? How long is that going to be cool for? I mean, seriously. I just don't. Yeah, we'll figure out the time. That's all. And yes, I want to do it, and I'll do it as long as they want to do it, because I can talk about almost anything ham radio for the rest of the day. So hey, there you go. Let's see what else is going on here. Yes, and Kami Memdami, the communist mayor of the city of New York, made a statement that he wants to press local charges on Bibi Netanyahu, which is the Israeli prime minister, for those of you in a box. And if he comes in his city, he's going to arrest him and jail him for war crimes or some shit. This guy's off his rocker, dude. That's why we don't... You like that? The cat's playing with Fox News down here. Well, now you did it. I think I got cat games on here somewhere. Maybe not. I used to have cat game on here. Man, there's a lot of crap on here. I don't see it. I'll fix it for you later. Yeah, say it ain't so, right, Moorhead? Say it ain't so. Yep, I think you're right. I think you're right, Herman. I do. Yeah, I'm concerned that he's on life support and that picture was bullshit too. To be honest with you, I don't know if I want to say it quite like that, but I just did. There you go. Yeah. Beam me up, Mr. Scott. Welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, the newspaper was way too obvious. It was the front page. It was folded so you could... It was folded in such a way that you absolutely could see what the picture was of. And that kick that the guy in the yellow shirt was making or whatever, you can see it in the photo. It was on the front page of many papers. And there you go. Yeah, there was some weird things in that picture that... I wonder about.
Legend has it, the hiss of a Topo Chico.
And that story about those girls that they rent the Airbnb and they go there and there's a picture on the wall taken of a bunch of people swimming in an ocean from way far away. And they determined that because of the color of the bathing suits and everything, that it was them, that it was their family. Well, sure, it was taken by the camera up here. They took the picture. They made a big thing. It's a public picture taken in a public place. Now, if it was taken in the house or something, that'd be a crime. But it's a public picture taken from a public place or taken by the owners of the place of a beach, which is a public place. I can take photographs of the beach and turn around and sell them, even with the people in them. Now, when you get up in people's faces, now you need permission. If you're going to get money and all that, you're going to end up getting sued. But if you're taking pictures of a beach with 1,000 people in the water, you just take the picture and you can publish it. It's okay. It's public. Nobody's really identifiable. Well, that's kind of how this was. Nobody was really identifiable. However, when they looked at it, they could tell that's my dad, that's my mom, that's me, that's the bathing suit I used to have. And they kind of made a big deal about it and posted it all over and made it. But I guess I don't see as big a deal as they do. I don't know. What do you guys think? It was taken like years earlier, and you can't see any faces. You can't see who it is. You can't see. They're in bathing suits. It's not like a nudist beach or something. So I guess I don't understand it is weird, I guess. The home is owned by a San Diego photographer. What he does is he takes aerial pictures of beaches and photos and he enlarges them and makes artwork out of them. This is actually a piece of his artwork. They matched the swimsuits up and everything. The sister believes the photo was taken about 10 years ago at either Mission Beach or Imperial Beach. It wasn't taken from the house. It was taken by the guy that owns the house at a beach down the street of a bunch of random people in the water. And the way it's printed, you can't see their faces or anything. But they matched up the swimsuits and stuff. In the comments on the video, users claimed they spotted what appeared to be the same beach photo hanging in other vacation rentals and homes in other states, including Florida. The claims were unconfirmed, but the idea was unsettling to some. The viral video prompted a mix of amusement, alarm, and some similar stories. A lot of people were telling us we should leave, that it was like the start of a horror movie. Jeez, come on. A lot of people also shared similar experiences, like seeing themselves in a picture frame at the store. I don't know how that is, because those are licensed photos. And besides, you won't see that anymore. You won't see that anymore. All photographs now are all being made by AI. You won't see that anymore. When I need a picture of somebody, I'm building a website for somebody right now. I built another website about a month ago. And we don't pay actors. We don't use employees. If I need a picture of a guy in a uniform, or I need a picture of a woman in a dress, I just have AI make it. And guess what? That ain't a person. I ain't got to pay him shit. The older sister said they were very gracious when they called it to the owner's attention. He says, yeah, I take these. It's random that you guys happen to be in it. But he said, hey, I'll give you one of those prints. They said they're amused by it. They weren't too freaked. They were freaked out at first, but then once they wrapped their head around it, not so bad. I feel all right with it. I was telling our host that if we could get the print from the photographer, that would be so cool, just so we could always remember it. I think it's fun. So, in other words, when they get the original print, it'll be a little clearer, because this is like blown up on like a matte finish or something. And if anyone else who stays at the rental home sees the video, she said, they can go look for the picture. Well, there you go. So, do you guys find this be creepy, or is it just it's just a coinkydink? It's a coinkydink. I think it's a coinkydink. I also believe in public photography. I believe completely in the right to do public photography. So, yeah, no big deal, right? I would have taken the print if the guy offered it, put it in my house. Yeah, that's the kind, in AI you see stuff like that. I don't know if you've noticed in these videos, anytime AI shows my hands, I'm wearing a wedding ring. I've never wore a wedding ring. I've never wore a wedding ring in my life. I have no children. I've never legally been married. I've been very close to one or two people in my life, but I've never wore a wedding ring. And so there's weird things like that AI does. Now, I could go back and tell it, regenerate the video, this time take the ring off my finger. But I liked the video, and it probably wouldn't have done as good a job the second time around. And I'm paying for those. Those videos cost me a couple bucks a piece to make those little 20-second clips. I actually pay for that. My opener, my closer, my promo, and the bits and pieces to make all of that cost me about $100. Yeah, you really can't see the faces. It was taken at a public beach from a public location. And like I said, the way it's in the print, you can't see their faces. Yeah, it's fair use. It's definitely fair use. Trust me, if it wasn't, some lawyer would have been all over this like flies on a turd. All right, so there we go. We got some nasty weather here. I don't know where this guy's at. It's probably relooped, though, because it should be dark where he's at right now. So I have a funny feeling that Storm Chaser video has looped. And the Fox weather video is still good. The Liberal success story video, that's still live. It did rain there. And then upper right, this is a composite video coming down of the current protesting. There just is not a lot of protesting. I don't know if maybe people just aren't live streaming it as much. I don't know why they wouldn't. But there's just not a whole lot going on. I'm going to run down here real quick and see if there's any new ones. I like that there's conservative commentators coming up on YouTube. They're struggling like I am, but they're coming up on YouTube where they're doing thoughtful commentary to counter all this bullshit that's going on the left. That's really what we need more of. This janitor mantar, I don't know what it doesn't. None of these say what country this is in. He's in day 21 of his hunger strike. He was just rushed to the hospital. And I bet when he got there, he had to fill out a piece of paper and they asked him what was wrong. And he said, I hadn't eaten 21 days. And then when the nurse walked in, she goes, what's wrong? And he said, I haven't eaten 21 days. And then the doctor walks in and goes, so what's wrong? I get so sick of that process. That's what I hate about the doctors more than anything else, is you fill out the paper at home. Then when you go in, they make you fill it out again in the lobby. Then when you go in there, the nurse comes in and asks you all the same questions again. And then when the doctor lifts my clipboard out of the door and opens the door, and he says, hi, Mr. Ian, how are you today? That's the first moment in time that bastard even knew me. He doesn't even know why I'm there. And he'll ask me, so what brings you in today? It's on that clipboard you're holding there, fuckface. Just read it. It's on that clipboard. God, I hate that. Yeah, the blue Texan left. He can't handle it. That's what's wrong. I don't, I deal with trolls a little different than most people do. I embrace them directly. Yeah, beam me up, Scott. There is a lot of people out there that will just spend money and never do research. And those people deserve to lose their money. You know, that's pretty much how it works. There's people right now that pay crazy money for stuff. There's people right now that are paying people thousands of dollars to make them a jingle. I got a $6 a month account at Suno, and I can make as many jingles as you want. I think I can make 500 a month. Yeah, I don't understand that one. Well, there you go, Lambert, right to the end. My dad was kind of the same way. And my dad also hated systems and processes, so it was a lot of fun. Yeah, we'll do that, VTX. I love doing those. I'll still do them if you want. I love doing them. I haven't had voice work in a long time, but I won't charge you. Oh, boy. Yeah, AI took all my voice acting stuff that I was doing. But they were all stupid ads anyway. No. You know, beam me up, Scott. I am very honest about how much AI I use. AI makes all my graphics. Okay? AI writes my descriptions. I don't have time to sit there and make I make a long description that explains everything I'm going to talk about. I've showed you guys this before. But I make AI that makes the stuff for my show. And I'm going to give you guys a little peek behind the curtain because that's what I like to do. Look at this. This is my program. I use AI Studio, Google AI Studio. And you can see here this left column. This is the actual program. And I can interact with it to change the program. And then over here on the right, I put my headlines in. Look at this. I put in my headlines for tonight. I copy and paste this right off of Fox News or right off of spaceweather.com or whatever. There's my headlines. And then I hit generate meta suite. And look at this. There's my meta suite. There's my title, description, keywords, hashtags. Everything's right there. Why waste time, right? But it's still my content. I chose the stories and I put the titles that I wanted it to make. And then it formulates it into what I need. The other thing I use AI for, look at this. This is my AI thumbnail generator. You see how I've always got great thumbnails? They always look like the show. They've got the grid. And they've always got that red and blue tinting. They've always got the like spotlightish, lens flare-y looking stuff. I do that on purpose, okay? I want my channel to be branded the same every day. So here we go. I can either upload pictures like I did here. This is a picture of two cops looking at a flooded road. There's a picture of Donald Trump. There's a picture of that disturbance out there. There's a picture of the outlook for the area where the bad weather is. It's all right here. And then the ones I don't have pictures for, I just write. A protest with white female protesters that are wearing inflatable dinosaur costumes with signs that say, "Help me, I'm psychotic." That's all I do. And then it makes that for me. This one here is a severe thunderstorm with a large tornado and lightning. I actually have a list of all these prompts. So if I'm covering lightning and whatever, I don't have a picture, I just grab my prompt and stick it in there. It's cut, paste, cut, paste. And this makes my thumbnail. This is how I get home at 8 o'clock at night. I get home between 7:45 and 8 o'clock. And I go live at 9 o'clock. This is how I do it. First thing I do when I get home while I'm eating my dinner real quick is I'm making my thumbnail and I'm making my meta tags. Then I have to pull up the grid on OBS and start plugging the holes with what I'm going to fill them with that night. But you can make these, you can make your own programs. You can make your own AI. Okay? And how you do it is over here. You tell it what you want. Let me give you another example. Let's see what this one is. This is the meta tag generator. You guys are looking at the meta tag. You're looking at the, I'm sorry, not meta tags. This is the crawler that you're looking at on the bottom of the screen. I built this AI to make that crawler. Now you're going to think, man, you must really know a lot about this shit if you're making stuff like this where you put in the RS. No. You know what I told it? Make me a program where I've just put in the RSS feeds and it makes me a breakfast bar crawler that goes across the bottom with an adjustable speed slider, and have it to where I can hit a force reload button and an open ticker view and have it open in a new window that I can then screen capture with OBS. Go. And it made it. It made it, and it works. I can add extra headlines. I can change the separator between the headlines. Look at this. It's all here. I made my own program. And I don't know the first thing about machine code. That's what makes this so freaking amazing. Let me show you some of the other ones I've done. These are all my apps. Look at them all. There's the clock program. There's the image generator. This one I've had great luck with. This is the one I make all my thumbnails. Now look at this. This is really cool. I make an image on here. I can pick how many outputs I want. Look at all these. Is it a Facebook post? Is it an Instagram? Are you going to use it like a logo? Like I'm working with Dispatch right now on some logos. If I'm making him logos, I'm going to put it in 4K square and turn off that one. And that way it makes it really, really big and really clean. I also have one, if I'm just trying to get it to make something, I can click this one and it'll make 4 of them. It'll make 4 of them at one time. But this is a simple image generator, and you put in your reference photos up to 5. You can click this and it puts the red and blue neon glow. You see that red and blue neon glow on everything I do? I made a checkbox. All you got to do is check it and it adds that neon red and blue glow so that everything I do looks kind of like my lighting in here. Notice I always give myself a red and blue glow. It's all branding, folks. I work in the business, and I'm telling you guys, not again. Didn't we already talk about this shit? I know we talked about this shit. I'm pretty sure we did. Cats act like they don't understand what you're saying. That drives me nuts. All right, so anyway, yeah, I always have the red and blue glow. That's it's what I chose as my branding, my color branding, my style branding. All that stuff is so important to this. And then you type in here what you want, and then you're all set. And it literally will make whatever I want it to make. I think that's the coolest thing about it. Let me show you something here. Let me find this. Here's a neat one I did a while back, just to show you an example. I'm going to paste this in. I save all my prompts. This is the prompt. It's a very long prompt. Make me a faded collage of the following images. A screen capture of each of the major news outlets: Fox, ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, Fox, Newsmax, MS Now. On each shot of FIFA World Cup. On each, a shot of FIFA World Cup and the news logo Chiron across the bottom. Include at least 6 different screen captures. Make the image dark overall and very colorful with a red and blue neon glow. Place the logo in the upper right corner. Put the words FIFA soccer, the corrupt global circus that won't shut up. Under that, put less than 20% of Americans actually watch this stuff. Then at the bottom, place the words full multi-screen coverage on the sights and sounds of Earth. Under that, put join us nightly at 9 p.m. Eastern. Now that's pretty complex. That's one of my more complex ones. But I wanted this to look nice. I posted an article about all the corruption with FIFA and how I was sick of seeing it on every God blessed TV in the whole world. There it is. And then I can download it, and I can literally pull it up so we can look at it. Here we go. Let me pull it up. Look at that. A beautiful thumbnail that I can now post. Had I put my logo in, it would have put my logo right there. But because I didn't put a logo in, it just made one for me. But yeah, look at that. And this, and I don't have to worry about licensing or anything. This is good to go. So that's the power of it. Now, if you guys want to play with it, if you guys put in a prompt, I will put the prompt in and we'll see what it looks like. I'll leave this up for a few minutes, and if we'll go check the weather real quick. And if you guys have a prompt you would like me to put into this picture generator, let me know, and we'll do it. Just paste it in, and I will copy and paste it in for you. All right, real quick, let's take a look at the weather while you guys are contemplating that. I usually ask this and nobody pastes anything in, so, but hopefully somebody tonight will have something creative that they'd like to see. Yeah, I mean, I've got a whole folder of pictures. I don't want to bore you guys with them, but I took my call screener, which my other producer, I need to quit calling her call screener. She's a producer now. She's doing production work. She and I and Trey Radel, the guy that hosts my show, I put the three of us in a bunch of pictures, and I told everybody the story about this time that we were on TV. And there was actually some people that bought it. Oh, God, it was good, too. It was good. It was really good. Yeah, it was good. It was good because it was a lot of fun. And let me see here if I've got... Okay, so I'll show you a few of these since we're killing time. I'll show you a few of these. These are kind of crazy. My coworkers are like, what? God damn it. I gotta turn these hotkeys completely off. I want them out of my fucking life. Now I can't get it to do anything now. Nope, it's stuck. It's jammed. Son of a bitch. I'm dead in the water here. Oh my God, I hate this damn thing. I hate Windows 11. You guys have no idea how much I hate Windows 11. Oh, God damn it. It won't even let me drag things around the screens. Like it's given me a complete fit. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. God, I hate Windows 11. All that bullshit, you know, and now none of my windows are where they were. They're all on different screens now. Yep, they're all on the same screen. God damn it. I hate Windows 11. 10's okay, but 11 is just... It's the dregs of society, man. It's what's wrong with this world, Windows 11. Damn it. And these stupid hotkeys. I'm turning I don't use any of the hotkeys. Any of them on my laptop. None of them. So I now need to go in and run a program or something that will disable all that stupid bullshit that I never use. Because normally if a cat walks across it, that's what they do. They hit the hotkeys and turn off screens and turn down volume and... All right, let's go back and take a quick check of the news here. We are still watching this developing situation in Iran. It's an issue there. All right, and I don't think this chat's working right or something. Yeah, I would love to see. I think Elon Musk probably could do the right thing here. He's using his own operating systems and stuff. I think with this launch, with the launch and with the Starlink and the spacecraft and all that kind of stuff he's doing. Yeah, I do believe that. I do believe that he could probably come out with a better operating system. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Well, Randy, all I know is I've got a bunch of computers on Windows 10. They work great. I bought this laptop. I had no choice. I could not buy the laptop I wanted with Windows 10. This is a $1,400 gaming laptop I bought so that I'm able to produce these kind of shows on it without too many problems. However, the issue becomes I had to get Windows 11. There was no choice. And now I'm stuck with a laptop that I hate. I love the equipment, but I don't like the programming. All right, Mama, I'll be right there. Yes, I know. She wants to be back in the shed. She doesn't like staying in here long because there's a lot of cats in here. She's kind of a loner. She likes the shed because she's out there by herself most of the time. I let Ed in for a little while. I let him back out, you know. All right. Come on. Let's go or you're going to dig your way out. Not happy about any of this stuff anymore. I'm not happy with this computer. I'm not happy with my HF radio. Yeah, Windows 11's terrible. I don't know what I'm going to do. I've been putting that Zoron, Linux Zoron, I think is what it's called. I put it in a bunch of stuff, but it's not stable. I can't get it to stabilize, so I'm kind of stuck still. All right, so just for shits and giggles, I'm going to show you guys these pictures. All right, now what I did was I just made this AI, and I wanted to really test it out. So I made along this whole storyline to go along with it, and I made a bunch of fake pictures. I used my boss from work, I used Trey Radel from work, and my call screener. Everybody thought these were great, by the way. Nobody got pissed or anything, but... yeah, it was fun. Let's see here. There we go. Let me put it on the left screen. Yep, there is the picture. Look at this. This was funny. This was the first one I started with. The movie poster. There we go. Star Trek, A Time to Stand, pushing back the scourge of communism. And notice the Democrats are the Borg. I think that's hilarious. Yes, Moorhead, that might work for you, but I don't know if it'll work for me. The reason I went with Zoron was because there was no more command prompts. It was more like Windows. But some of those other ones, you'll be doing fine, and then all of a sudden, hey, need a command prompt. Anyway, so there we go. I put in our three faces, and I told it which uniforms I wanted us to be wearing, and I literally told it dress us in uniforms from da 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 da. And part of the prompt was Trey was a captain, I was a commander, and she was a lieutenant commander, and it actually got the ranks right in most of the pictures and everything. I was very surprised. I thought it was the coolest thing. Oh, come on, you bitch. Jesus. Don't need this kind of shit. So anyway, Star Trek, A Time to Stand, pushing back on the scourge of communism. So this kind of became a thing. I started making these posters and putting them around. And then I started I literally started making up a story to go along with it. There was this time when we actually had a TV show, but it only went one season and we got canceled. But I said, it was pretty cool, man. We had movie posters and everything. Yep, and the evil empire was run by Bernie Sanders. That's right, yeah. And some guy that was babbling about nothing and some angry bitch. Anyway, there you go. And there you go. This is when we were on the cover of Starlog magazine. There you go. That was pretty cool. There we are. We're signing autographs. Isn't that cool? I want you to notice that Lieutenant Ocasio-Cortez, whatever her name is, AOC, showed up to get her autograph. I thought that was cool. She was even cosplaying too, which I thought was fun. So there we are, signing autographs, man. It was fun. The show didn't go that long. This was us in Peoria. And you can see the poster in the background there from the show. Yep, that was us in Peoria. And that was fun. That was a fun one, too. And on this one here, her twin sister showed up. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen. And guess who else showed up? The real Michael Dorn. That's right. He's in uniform, holding a model of the Enterprise. I didn't put any of that in. It came up with all that on its own. Oh, here we go. Here we are in Atlanta signing autographs. And you can see there, this was after our second movie came out. And we had a lot of fun with that. Are you guys, are you enjoying this? There we go. This is when we were in Hollywood on this one. And look, Michael Dorn, there he is again. You got to have somebody there that you know, right? And there's, there's the posters. How Kamala Harris got on our crew, I don't know. The computer does funny things, dude. It actually is like a joke. Look at this one. That is one of the best Nimoy lookalikes I've ever seen. And look, it's AOC again, right? And some real Klingons. I mean, what are you going to do, right? So there's my boss, Jeff. He was signing books because he wrote the books. He's wrote all the books. That's right. Jeff wrote all the books. See, meet Jeff Wolf. He wrote all the books. New York Times best-selling author. Star Trek's Captain Trey Radel series. And look who's getting a book signed. AOC. It kept putting her in every freaking picture, dude. There we go. And there he's signing books. This was outside of Duluth. And he was there signing books. These are those books when you can see us on the cover of all the books. It's pretty cool. And now look there. He was selling a book to the young Nick Shirley right there. So there you go. And here we go. This was a promotional shot that we did on the bridge of the original Enterprise. There you go. You're better off sitting down, Captain. There you go. Pretty cool. And yeah, she gets a little mad on set, dude. You got to watch her. There. Calm down. It's okay. There, she's happy now. All right, and now here, look at the, some of these are crazy. Galaxy-sized fraud, time to take out the garbage. And that's from the Borg, Tim Walls. Tampon Borg. And galaxy-sized fraud, time to take out the garbage. Aren't these cool? I just love these. Freedom's Last Stand. There's Douche Newsom. By the way, our ship is the USS Liberty, NCC 1776. Yeah, buddy. I do everything, dude. I do it right. Isn't that cool? That's a great book cover right there, dude. With the ship in there and everything. Oh, man, it's a great book cover. Oh, here's when we were beaming down. It was pretty rough. I love how our guns match the uniforms. Why I'm wearing science blue, I don't know. I guess I'm the science officer, whatever. There we go. Depends on how you want to beam down. Yeah, this looks pretty cool. Oh no, it's a three-headed dragon. Yeah. Oh no, the Democrats are coming. This was when we fought the Democrats on City Alpha 5. They were right down from where Khan was living. Yep, there comes the Democrats. You don't know what scared's like until you see the Democrats coming over the rise. It's some scary shit. Yep, we hoarded them back, boy. We pushed them back. We rounded them all up and shot them. That's right. No bullshit there. I love the velour shirts. And this was a time when they invited our entire Starship staff down to watch a football game. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was Khan's Chiefs were actually going up against the Starfleet Academy crew. It was a great game. It was Starfleet 7-0. But yeah, there you go. It was a great day. And then we visited Times Square. What a fun time that was. My whole crew beamed down to Times Square. We checked everything out. We shot up some shit with some phasers. It was fun. And then, oh, look at this, Trump. Look at these guys, man. Look at that. Ain't that good? Yeah, I love that picture. Oh, yeah. Ain't no fooling around. You want to mess with J.D. Vance now. He'll mess your shit up. Oh, look at baby Tim Walz. Look at his Tim Walz, little baby. Baby Tim Walz. And look at all those Democrats standing in line. Oh, look, there's the ARRL. Isn't that great? I actually had it age the photo, guys. Like, I told it to make it like Life After People. And I want you to notice there's ghosts in the windows. Oh, yeah. ARRL. You suck. Look at that. We made this one on the show. Somebody wanted to make a MAGA mouse on a little baby horse. Oh, USS Liberty, the Captain Trey Radel story. If you guys haven't seen it, it's great. I'll let you know if we make it. There we go. He was on the cover of TV Guide. Do you believe that? I thought that was really cool. The cover of TV Guide. I mean, come on. Yep. And he was on TV Guide again when they canceled us. That's right, when we were canceled. And he has an action figure. Look at this. We actually have action figures. Be a part of the landing party. This one actually comes with 2 phasers in case you got to double fist that shit. That's right. Yep. You don't mess with Trey Radel. Oh, he's jumping out of the chair. You better do something. Oh, and look at this band of people that we found. You never know who you're going to find in the Alpha Quadrant. And look who we found. Another batch of refugees beaming in. Oh, God. Yes, I mixed the streams. You're damn right I mixed the streams. Yeah. Oh, damn this thing. It's not going to let me use the buttons. Nope, it's not going to let me use the buttons. Oh, look, it's Tampon Tim. It's Tampon Tim, everybody. Minnesota's Mardi Gras. Tampon Tim. That's right. These are all in a folder that you guys can look at. These are all things that you guys can look at. I made all these. I've put them all in here so you can look at them. And they're all great. There's the Leering Center. You guys obviously heard about the Leering Center. There it is. It says Leering Center sign. Oh, I love it. I don't know why it won't let me go back to the damn buttons, but it won't. What a pain in the ass this thing is. It normally lets me go left and right with the arrows, but it's not doing it tonight. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Trumpzilla, starring the Donald as the monster, with special appearance by Blue Wave Survivors. In theaters this winter, rated dumb. Starts Friday everywhere. War Donkey, starring Tampon Tim Walls and douchebag Francis Fry, with special guest appearance by Mr. Head. Do you guys find this stuff funny at all? There's Tampon Tim and Fry getting walked out in cuffs. Look at the tampons everywhere. They love tampons in that state. There is tampons everywhere. Tampons here, tampons there. This is just nuts. So they walked him off, perp walk. Oh, he's a clown. There's Tampon Tim, the clown. Oh, look at him. He's drowning in tampons. His office is literally full of tampons. Do you believe this? Oh, my God. How are we going to get him out of there? He's going to need to call the fire department. Oh, wait. He defunded those fuckers. They ain't going to come. Now what's he going to do? That's right. Trump and all. Rules for radical protesters. Rule number 1, don't run down cops. Now, come on, that's funny. Rules for radical protesters. Oh, more movie posters. We've already seen all these. We did so many. We did a lot of these on the air, believe it or not, and then we did a lot of these different times, and I put them all in this folder because sometimes people want them. Look at this. This is when we walked the Democrats off to the asylum for the criminally woke. Yeah, they had to go to the asylum of the criminally woke, and so that's what we had to do. Get in there, Schumer, you prick. All right, and then, yeah, look, the woke shit won't be tolerated in the future, people. It won't. Look at them all pissed off. Yeah, they come in dressed as Klingons. We could tell they weren't Klingons. Klingons don't have fur on the top of their boots. Come on. Data even knew that. That's me playing Captain Decker from the Doomsday Machine. Well, that's the end of it. Well, there you go. So there you go, guys. A little snippet of what you can do. What you can do with AI. Yeah, it's possible that you yourself can do this with AI. What you do, go to Google AI Studios and just tell it what you want it to do. I know that's crazy, but you literally just tell it what you want to do. Oh, I got one more for you guys. One more funny one. You guys know POTA's been such a big success, right? And we got ROTA and SCROTA and GLOTA and CODA and all the other ones, right? There's an OTA for everything, right? Which stands for on the air. It's a reason for ham radio guys to get on the air. Well, I proposed a new one, and it looks like it may happen. It looks like it may take off. I really hope it does. This new one is called ROTA, and it's Riots on the Air. This is a great program where you actually go and set up your operating station in the middle of a riot. And with everything going on, and the mace and everything, and the air quality, and the smoke, and everything, you try to make as many contacts as you can during the time that the riot's going on. I don't know. I thought it was a good idea, but maybe not. I don't know. What do you guys think? Are you going to join ROTA? Riots on the Air? Son of a bitch. I hate dealing with this shit on this computer. It just closed the window for no reason. Oh well, I'm done anyway. It's 11:03. I've been on for 5 hours, and I'm just a little spent tonight. Okay, that sounds good. As long as there's no big breaking news or anything, we'll do it. Yeah, ARRL opposed everything before we found out it was the right thing to do. Look, I hate to say it, guys. ARRL is terrible. It's terrible. I gave them $50 of my money, and they sent me 6 magazines that were about 22 pages long, and they were mostly ads. And then I was supposed to get 12, but I got 6. I don't know how that works. Then we tried to start a group. They don't care. They don't want to talk to you. They only want their one big group in each county. They don't deal with small groups anymore. They don't take on new groups because we compete with their other group that's in town. So they would not allow us to become members, our tech team, to be a member of the ARRL as a club. They wouldn't allow it. There you go. They've already got Walmarts on the air. Walmart parking lots on the air. That was started by Walmart employees that go out after work and do it on their radio in the middle of the night when they get off their late shift. Yeah, porta potties on the air, man. You can do just about anything. There you go. Well, Randy, thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it. It's always good to have another ham radio guy around. There's still a few of us left out here. And if you're ever interested, just check out some of those old videos from like 5 years ago. You might be surprised. We did everything from convert Windows machines to Linux machines on the air. We built a we built the supercomputer that I use today on the air. We hooked up we would run FT8 on the air. We would do everything. We would make contacts on the air. We did some repeater stuff on the air. We built the aircraft tracking system. We built the helix antenna for the polar orbit satellite receiver that we built, and we did the dump 1090 with the aircraft. We did. I mean, listen, if it was out there, we did it. And that's why I got so into ham radio, because every week I was doing a different subject. And I would have 5 or 10 guys on that were all smarter than me, and we would all sit in there and work it, and it was absolutely awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool. You might like it. If you're looking for something specific, just go to my channel and hit the search glass, and you might find that we've done that before. Yeah, so there you go. Other than that, I guess that's about it, guys. Last call for the chat room. If you guys would like to send me something. Well, there you go. Yeah, when I'm out in the shed, I monitor SARnet, which is our statewide system here that kind of sucks. And I monitor the NI4CE system. There's certain things I monitor. But I've gotten to where I don't... back when my air was working, I wasn't even turning that on every day anymore. I don't know. There's things that go on in ham radio that I just don't understand, like the NTS system. The craziest thing, the NTS system stands for the National Traffic System. And years ago, when long distance would cost 66 cents a minute unless you called after 9 o'clock at night, and I know some of you remember that, you could send a message across the country via radio. You would actually call the message in during your NTS net in your local county. That person would then get on the fast net for their state and would radio it to the next state, and it would radio across the country to wherever you were, and then it would be delivered there, and then that person would then call you on the radio. If they don't get you on the radio, then they could drop the card by your house. There's like a message card, or there's several other things they could do. Well, the thing is dumb. It was great 100 years ago, okay? It was good in 1936. It was amazing, okay? But right now, it is probably the biggest waste of time I've ever seen in my life. And some interesting things have happened with the NTS system. Number one, the reason that these old people do it is because they love correcting people. I know that sounds crazy, but people, especially old men, love to have little positions of power. These people moved down here. They used to be a mayor. They used to run a business. They used to be a fire chief. And they come down here, and now they're nobody. And so they spend the next however many years trying to find some way to be somebody. And a lot of them end up on the NTS system. And what they do on there is they become curmudgeon Karens. They literally sit on there and they correct you for every little thing. I tried it one time. I was going to do it. I ordered the pads that you write on. They were like $5 a pad. So I ordered 3 pads from ARRL. 3 months went by. My pads never came in. I also ordered 2 pins, and I ordered a patch and some other stuff. The patch never came at all. The 2 pins came. They were so small, they looked so much bigger on the website. They're so small, you couldn't even see what was on them. You couldn't read ARRL on the little diamond. The message pads took 3 months to get to my house. And by the time they came to my house, I had already given up on the whole thing. I listen to these guys. They sit on there and they're like, yeah, I'm sending a message, and they have to do it exactly right. It's like message number 1375, ARRL number 6. It's going to be going to da-da-da-da-da. It's checksum number this, and done this, and count numbers that, and letters this and that. And it all has to be done like an old telegraph message. And then they send that message to the other person. But here's how stupid it got. My first exposure to the NTS system, okay, was I'm standing in the shower. I've got my radio over on the sink, and I turned it up so I could hear if anybody was I wanted to listen to the net. The NTS net started, and what do I hear? They come on, and they call me on the radio. Me. I've never talked to them on this net before. They called me. KO4 EFS net control. KO4 EFS net control. And I'm like, I'm in the shower. I can't even get to that radio. I'm not going to answer. It's stupid. Why are they calling me? I don't do this net, right? So then, this was like, I've been licensed maybe a month. This was my first experience with ham radio. I hadn't even joined the club yet. And they called my name. And then they said, okay, he's not on here. Who can take a message for Ian? And some guy goes, I'll take it. And they give him the message. In the message, they give out my first name, my middle initial, and my last name. They give out my telephone number, my private telephone number. They give out my address, including city and state and zip, over the radio, over the open channel. And I'm like, geez, that's nuts. And sure enough. And what it is they send all new ham radio operators a message through the NTS system. It's just simply a way to generate bullshit traffic. That's all it is. And I was incensed that a former law enforcement officer, and you are publishing my private telephone number and my private address over the open channel. I was shocked. And when I called them, they're like, well, this is just what we do. And I said, well, it's inappropriate. They still do it today. I tried for a while to get them to stop doing that. You don't know if people's information is sensitive or not. You know, and just to give it all out, it's nuts. So I ended up dealing with that by, and I told them despite that, I still wanted to join. I still wanted to become part of it. I still wanted to try it. And I ordered those message pads. They took forever. And I sat there about a week later with a message that I was going to send. I had it all written out on a plain piece of paper. I was ready. I was a little nervous, but I was ready to do it. And then I listened to them tear 3 different people up. No, you're supposed to say figures and then the number and then alphanumeric, and then the number, and then your checksum number has to include each number as one number in the checksum. And I'm thinking, this is like work. What are we doing? And when it finally got to me, I just turned the radio off. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. They're going to chew me up. And then for the next year, I would listen to this when I'm in the car going places and doing stuff. I would listen to this net go on. And every single net, those old guys would go on there and tell them, no, you're reading it wrong. You have to say checksum number 23, and then you have to say numerals, and then say the numbers, and then yeah. Well, my number that's on my call sign and that number that they gave out is not my numbers or my address. I would never put my actual address on my license because it's public. Yeah, I would never do that. That home that's on my license is owned by a family member. It's not my home, and I do not live there. Yeah. So I gave up on the whole NTS system, and then you know what they did? They spent $200,000. The ARRL, the American Radio Asshole League, went and spent $200,000 studying a better way to do NTS. Now, I want you to think about this. They're studying a better way to do NTS. Al Gore discovered that in '93. It's called email. They were doing it on America Online. You've got mail. They were doing that 40 years ago. What are we doing? They spent $200,000 and they made the ARRL NTS portal. Okay? You want to know how it works? Okay. You want to send a message, you type the message into the computer. Okay? Now, this is great. They spent $200,000 figuring this out. I want you guys to listen because this is really important. They came up with something really cool here. Okay? You put the message in the computer and then you hit send. And it goes to the other person and then he pulls it up and there it is. And he can read it right on his computer. My God. What an idea. I mean, what an idea. So now when you radio in your message, the guy types it into a computer and the message goes across the country via the internet. And then the guy in Peoria has the message pop up and he reads it to the person on the other end. So I want you to know the ARRL in 2022 spent $200,000 to invent email. They invented email. Way to go, guys. Way to go. Way to spend that money, you pricks. Let me tell you something. You know what the CEO of the ARRL makes? Any idea? As of last year, $360,000 plus 3 weeks of paid leave plus full benefits and retirement benefits. He's got over a $400,000 benefits package, including pay. And he works 11 months out of the year. And they're beating you up for money. And you know, with him making all that money, they raised your dues $9 a year. And they took away the printed publication. They raised your dues $9 a year. They also took away the printed publication in the same year. And now they're begging for people to join. They're losing people at an astonishing rate. Incognita, as I said earlier, I've got a, you might have not been in, I've got unfortunately, I've got 2 radios. I've got an ICOM 756 Pro 2, perfect condition, will not work on rig control, will not work on audio control. So basically, it's a great radio for voice. I can't use the computer with it. So then I bought a FT710 from Yaesu. Bought it brand new, $1,200 for a $1,400 radio. It doesn't work right. It's a piece of shit. It won't do rig control. It gives me all kinds of issues. And 1 week after I bought it, they were going to make me box it up and ship it across the country to get it fixed. And I'm like, I should be able to take this to HRO and have them replace it. They won't do it. HRO won't service it. They won't replace it. They won't honor it. I have to go through Yaesu. Yaesu won't fix it. They won't service it. They won't honor it unless I box it up and ship it. And the caveat is, if they get it and they determine that it's not their problem, that there's nothing wrong with it, they're going to bill me for it. They're going to bill me for the repairs. Yeah, I'm done with ICOM. I'm done with Yaesu. I'm done with all of it. I probably won't buy another HF radio. I'm just done. I spent $800 on that original one, and it was used. And I never could get rig control to work with it, and I never could get the audio drivers to work with it. So it's been a great voice radio. Then I bought the 710 specifically because I wanted to do FT8, and I still can't do FT8. So they're both sitting out there in a pile. I don't even turn them on. Yeah, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of these assholes charging us $1,200 for a radio that cost $80 to make. Okay? That FT710 cost them $100 or less to make. Okay? And they ship it over here and they charge us $1,400, and then they give me a $200 break because I'm at a ham fest. And then I get it home and it doesn't work and they won't fix it unless I ship it to them. So I'm done with ICOM pretty much, and I'm definitely done with Yaesu. I used to love Yaesu equipment, but after the way they treated me on this one, after that Yaesu guy yelled at me at the freaking convention, some foreign asshole they had in there selling ICOMs or selling Yaesus. I don't understand. Why do you have someone representing your country that doesn't speak English? This guy literally didn't speak English that well, and he couldn't understand what I was even saying was wrong with the radio. But yet he knew how to fix it. I don't know what to do. I'm kind of just burned out on it right now. I want a radio that works with my computer. And I've tried for 6 years now to get a radio to work with my computer. Negative. Doesn't work. Never works. And so, after spending all this money, $800 on the first one, $1,200 plus tax on the second one, and to still not be able to hook up my computer or use my computer on FT8, I'm done. I give up. I'm not buying another one. And I'm not shipping a $1,200 radio that weighs 20 pounds across the country. Yep, it sucks. Yeah, some people just hook it up and it works, you know. Some people just have great luck with radios. I've let some pretty smart people look at this radio and none of them can get it to work. So it's broke. It's fucked up. And I'm stuck with it. Another defective, broken radio. Yeah, Flex Radio, that's the biggest rape in the business right there. Yeah, that's a rape and no kiss. Terrible. Disgusting. I would love to have their equipment, but I would never pay what they're wanting for it. Nope. You know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for Baofeng and TYT and Radiodity and all these places. Most of them, there's only two real big factories over there. The Baofeng factory, and then there's the one that makes the QIT, the TYT, and the Radiodity stuff. Those two facilities are starting to get into HF. They're making QRP rigs right now. And so what I'm hoping and what needs to happen is China needs to come out with a radio that's just like the FT710 and charge $200 for it. And that will fix Yaesu. That will fix them. Because eventually all these old curmudgeons that will only buy top dollar equipment are all going to be dead. The cats are okay. Daddy's not doing any better, but he's not any worse. He's about the same as he's been. I got to feed him his dinner here in a few minutes. The rest of them are good. Yep, I don't know. I really enjoy HF, but the fact that there's really nobody to talk to on phone anymore, you can sit there and call CQ until you're absolutely blue in the face and you'll never talk to anybody. Yeah. Again, I'm not buying any more radios. I'm not. I'm done. Yeah, he's not any worse, but I don't see him getting any better, which is not good either. Yeah. Yep, I don't know what to do about my radio situation. I don't know, because nobody's on HF anymore talking, and I have a high noise floor here, so I have to drive in my car somewhere to go talk on the radio. I can't do HF from here. I could do FT8 from here because FT8 hears right through that noise. But the problem is I can't use FT8 because neither of my radios will hook up to any of my computers. Which is exactly why I bought that goddamn radio. Yeah, I always like sideband. I love sideband. I love it more than anything else. But again, I'm pretty much out of the business right now. I do put it in my car, and I'll go do POTA, but I can't do it this time of year. It's too hot. It's just too hot. I can't even. It's so hot down here that my air works, but if I sit there with just my air on, my car will run hot. I mean, it's just it's so hot and humid down here. The car can't stay cool, and the radio on the dashboard gets 150 degrees up there. So. Yeah, I hate Morse code. I hate Morse code. I won't use it. I won't talk about it. I don't want nothing to do with it. Morse code kept me out of ham radio for 15 years. I want you to know that. I tried to get in ham radio as an 18-year-old. I tried to get in ham radio as a 26-year-old emergency manager. I tried to get in ham radio as a 32-year-old deputy fire chief, or whatever I was at the time, a captain. I tried over and over and over, and I'm dyslexic, and I was kept from being a ham radio operator because of my disability, which really sucks. It really sucks that those assholes would do that to someone like me. But then finally I found out years later that the code had been taken out of the test. I never even spoke to anybody about being a ham radio. I was so pissed. All my buddies were ham radio operators. All the emergency managers were ham radio operators. I couldn't do it. I couldn't be a part of the team. I couldn't be a part of it because I have a learning disability, a dyslexia disability. It never should have been a requirement. Now, if you can do it and you like doing it, I have no problem with that, obviously. It's a mode. It works. It's antiquated, but it still works. It's still fun. But I just don't do anything with it. I don't want to do anything with it. My radio doesn't need that button. Yeah. Ham radio was not an easy thing for me because I love radio. I love communications. I knew more about radios before I got it into ham radio than most people do after. I was the comms specialist for not only Lee County and the emergency management. I drove the comms bus. I set up and programmed the radios in the comms bus. I did all kinds of communications. I put up antennas. I responded to Hurricane Andrew and set up communications. I've done all kinds of amazing stuff with my knowledge of radios over the years. All the time wanting to be a ham radio operator, but never could be. And then I finally got my license, and I joined the local team here. And guess what? It's the most corrupt organization I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like this local club here. They, every year, to make sure the right people get in office, do you know what they do? They accept you as a candidate or not. I tried to be a candidate for president. They would not accept my candidacy. Yeah, that's what they say. They said, no, we accept who we want to run. What? How does that even work? They told myself and one other person, we don't want you guys to run, so you're not going to run. What? Then I witnessed the process. You know what they do? The board, the current board, in July or August or whatever, they elect a board of electors. Those electors then turn around and have a series of meetings, and they come up with a slate of officers to be elected as the next board. You don't get to vote. The board picks the electors, then the electors pick the next board. They got the same president this year as they had last year. And they probably will for the next 10 years. It's an oligarchy. It's an absolute oligarchy. And it's all just a bunch of old men. And they've got it all figured out how they got to do it. They actually promote a group of guys that pick the next board. And then that board picks the group of guys. And then those group of guys pick the next board. And then that board picks the next group of guys. And guess what? It's the same 12 people. It's the same 12 people every year. And someone like me that comes in from the outside, they don't even put you into consideration. You don't get to run against those people. They announce at the meeting, here's our slate of our slate that the electors have come up with. Everyone in favor? Aye. Everybody opposed? Nay. Okay, it passes. 51%. There was never a campaign speech. There was never two people that wanted the job. There was never a chance that other people could stand up and say, I want to put my hat in the ring. No one ever said what they wanted to do for the club over the next months or years. No one ever pled their case. No one ever talked about nothing. It was just, here's the slate. Yay, nay, okay, everybody go home. I have run 501c3 non-for-profits. 3 of them. Okay? I've also been the executive officer of a fire department. I was a fire chief. I ran the department. I know how these things are supposed to be run. And the truth is, the government doesn't care if these little clubs are corrupt. They don't care. They're not going to get involved. So these little bullshit clubs like this club has 300 people sometimes 250, 300 members. That only represents 5% of the amateur radio people in this county. But they end up getting 250 people that pay $20 in dues every year. You know what they do with that money? Nothing. They squander it. They've got over $30,000 in the bank. Meanwhile, all their fucking repeaters are broke. Nothing's working anywhere. Their linked repeater system ain't linked to shit. Everything's trash. Nothing works right. Their Aries team does nothing. The county literally just doesn't even use them. It's all just a joke. And I realized in the first few years of ham radio, wow, this is where the corrupt people go to die. So I went up there about 10 months ago. I went to the swap shop, which is a little building with a bunch of crap in it that they sell out of. I went there, and I'm talking to this new guy he's now the president. And I told him, he goes, "Why aren't you a member?" And I told him, I said, "Well, because you guys are so radically corrupt." I literally told him right to his face. I said, "You're corrupt. You guys are corrupt." I said, "You guys elect the same people over and over again. You won't even let another person run." He says, "Yeah, well, we're changing all that. That's all going to be changed this year. Join back up. Everything will be good. We're changing it all. We're going to do it right this time. I'm the president now. We're going to do it right this time." Guess what? They did the exact same thing again. Slate of electors. He was back on the top of the slate of electors again. He's the president again this year. It's corrupt. It's amazing. How does this shit happen? So I tried to start my own club. I had about 10 different members. I was ready to go. We called the ARRL. We've got our 10 members. We want our packet so we can get started. Not interested. The ARRL is not interested in competing teams. They've already got a team in this county, and it's got 250 people. Oh, come to find out, all those same people that keep getting elected as officers, they're all ARRL people. Yeah, those same people are also the section leader, the section manager, the traffic manager, the da-da-da-da-da-da. The corruption runs deep, and everything the ARRL touches is corrupt. All these teams that they become part of, they're all corrupt. It's just crazy. So that's where I'm at. I'm in a county that has a very corrupt club. I had joined a little club up in the Tampa area, and I did some competitions and stuff with them. But they were a small club, and they've pretty much disbanded. You know how it is. It don't last long. I would love to find enough guys to put together and start a club and actually do it right. But now I'm just too busy. I'm too busy now. I'm not going to spend my time doing that when I'm trying to build this channel out. But man, amateur radio is very disheartening. Dispatch, it's fine, dude. We're good. It's all good. 67's pretty good. We've had almost 1,000 people come through the stream tonight. That's amazing. And my average watch time is up more than normal. My average watch time is a good 30% higher than normal. That's because I've been yelling and cursing tonight. That's what people really like. I think I've said the F word like 4 times tonight, and I try not to ever do that. I try not to do that, but it is what it is. I'm not one of these people that uses it in every sentence. I only use it when it should be used, when it's an exclamation. However, I'm trying not to use it at all. Yeah, no, we're fine, dispatch. All is good, trust me. Now tomorrow, dispatch. Tomorrow, I'm leaving in the morning about 9 o'clock, and I'll be back around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. So we need to do it in the afternoon. So that'll be like noon to 3 for you, something like that. So shoot me a call if you haven't heard from me by 2 or 3 o'clock. Shoot me a call. If I don't answer, a text and an email, and I'll get right back to you, and we'll get together so we can finish that project up tomorrow. The Winnebago Man, I haven't seen that. I'll look for that. What, is he always ranting about something too? I wanted ham radio to be so much. I really looked forward to it. I loved it. I'm thinking, my God, a whole hobby based on two-way radios, which have always been my favorite thing. Two-way radios and colored lights. There's two things I love in this world: LED lights and two-way radios. Those are literally my two favorite. I'm a simpleton, whatever. I don't give a shit. Those are my two favorite things in the whole world. Well, at least I get to play with the LED lights. Yeah. And boy, do I have some LED lights. I've probably got about 40 different lights that do all kinds of wacky shit. Yeah. All right, last call, guys. Last call for any questions, anything you want me to address. I did this 35 minutes ago, and someone mentioned ham radio, and yeah, we're still on. But that's okay. If it's good conversation, I like it. This weather is actually calming down. I'm going to see if they've changed the categorical. Yes, they have. Look at that, guys. They've taken that big orange spot away. Now we've got this little area here in Pennsylvania that's a 2 out of 5. And we've got this area up here that's 2 out of 5. This is going to be in Montana. I want to move to Montana. And that's pretty much it, guys. So this has changed over. Also, now down here in the Pacific, we've already got our tropical depression now that's going to turn tropical storm by tomorrow. And then eventually it's going to become a Category 2 hurricane. But it's going to be a fish storm, it looks like. This other one out here, same thing. Going to be a storm, but then back to a depression. This is what happens. There's not enough heat in this water out here to get a really strong storm to come into California. Notice California never gets hit by strong hurricanes. It just mathematically doesn't work out. Yeah, no, we can still do it tomorrow even. I'm not putting it off. I'm just saying I'll be home around 3, and I want to get it done by 7. So that gives us a 4-hour window if you can make it. If not, Monday, I'm good from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Monday. I can make that work. So we'll get it done. Let's check for any news that came in. Yeah, that whole thing with that amateur radio club, man, that freaked me out because I have run nonprofits and I know how you're supposed to do it, you know, and we always did it right because the state does audit, the state checks your incorporative status and things like that. So we always did it right. We wanted to do it properly. And come to find out, these clubs literally, they run scams to keep the same people in charge. Oh, Incognita, I'm sorry to hear that. It's funny because most of the people that were really big, the big curmudgeons in the ham radio, they're all dead now. That was 6-7 years ago. They're all dead now. But there's a whole new generation of curmudgeon people now that are in charge, the oligarchy. All right, we'll do Monday. We'll plan for Monday. You've got me anytime after 8 or 9 in the morning, my time. I know that's early for you, but I'm also good all the way till 1 p.m. So we'll make it work on Monday. That sounds good. And I'll do the other 2 things I got to do tomorrow so I can get all that knocked out. Yeah. Yeah, peanut brittle's pretty good. Boy, my mother loves peanut brittle. Oh, my God. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine, Dispatch. I don't want to put you off any longer than I have to. I like to button things up. I like to finish it up. And we got a lot done the other day, and we'll have this whole project finished up next time around. Yeah, that's all good. All right. Last look at weather. All the severe thunderstorm warnings have been allowed to expire. We do have an L on the map now. We're showing a low pressure system now. Has showed up on the map. We had the line there, which was showing, basically that there was like a stationary there. But now we're seeing the actual L showing up. 1,013 millibars. We'll see in the morning. We'll run these models again, and we'll get a much better idea in the morning of what this thing's going to do. There's a real... By the way, that line is not showing you where it's going. That's not. It's going to end up coming up and going to the left some. We don't know how much yet. All right, guys, I'm going to call it. It's 11:45 on the East Coast, 8:45 on the left coast, and we are currently going to end the show now. This is StarShip Adventures. My name is Ian. This has been a special long-form edition of the Sights and Sounds of Earth. We've been on for 5 hours and 45 minutes. We've had just about 1,000 views so far tonight, and we still have 25 of you guys hanging on out there, even though we're just talking about corrupt amateur radio clubs. So there you go. What needs to happen is no one ever needs to pay dues again to the ARRL, and they will fold up and go away and send that asshole packing without his $360,000 check. Yeah, this is Mountain Dew. Yeah, sleeper cells. There you go. Yeah, I drink Mountain Lightning or whatever the Walmart equivalent is for Mountain Dew. That's what I drink about 90% of the time. I also drink, believe it or not, every week or so I buy 1 container of apple juice. It's good for you, and it gives me a break from all the soda. But I don't drink water. It's a weird thing. I hate water. It's disgusting. As a matter of fact, anytime someone asks me, do you want a water? I always look at them and say, you mean like in the toilet? Because that's a line from Idiocracy, which is one of my favorite movies. They all drink Brondo. Why do they drink Brondo? Because it's got what you need. If you guys have never seen the movie Idiocracy, please go watch that. Please go watch that and then tell me how good it was. Public subs, there you go. I remember back when I used to be able to afford Publix. Publix is probably one of the better restaurants or one of the better grocers out there. There's another grocer that I think is just every bit as good as Publix, and that's Ingles up in Georgia and places like that. But Ingles and Publix both priced me out of business a long time ago. I did price checks. I'm one of these weird-ass bastards that will walk into a store, and I have a price comparison app, and I'll bring my tablet because I don't like working on my phone. And I'll go in there, and I'll find a product that I buy. One of the ones I did, they're about this big, and they're like a pot roast. It's like a pot roast in a black container. You throw it in the microwave. It's like a pot roast, right? They're like $8 or $9 at Publix. They're $6 at Walmart. That was one of the things I price checked. They were literally, I think they were $2 full more. I figured it out in the 20 items that I price checked. I went to Winn-Dixie at the time, which they're gone now. I went to Winn-Dixie, I went to Publix, I went to Walmart, and I went to Walmart Community, whatever it is, the grocery store. I took those 4 places and I price checked 20 items. I was astonished. I was absolutely astonished. Publix is just, it's rudely expensive. And I like the company, and I like the grocery stores. But the truth is the truth. I'm sorry. Yeah. President Camacho. Macho Camacho. He remember he walks out and he flicks everybody off. He's doing his public address. Oh, that was so funny. God, I love that movie. Oh my God, I love that movie. I'm very frugal. Yes, I'm very frugal. Because listen, if I can save 25 or 30 or $40 a week on groceries, that's $160 a month. I mean, that pays a lot. That pays several of my bills. So yeah, I have not gone in and bought anything in a Publix in 15 years. I just won't do it. I did those price checks about 6 or 7 years ago with my mom. She was interested because she goes to Publix. She now goes to Walmart after that. She still loves Walmart. She still loves Publix. But she goes to Walmart because it's just ridiculous. I go in, one of the things I price checked was name brand Mountain Dew. I can get name brand Mountain Dew for $2.09 at Walmart. It's $3.50 at Publix. You tried Everglades? Are you talking about the Everglades? Yeah, Everglades is my seasoning. I love my Everglades. I got it down here somewhere. I put it on everything but ice cream, dude. I love it, man. It's Everglades seasoning right there. Look at that. I buy the big old container of that shit. Yeah, Everglades seasoning's really good. Yep, good stuff. I'll tell you what, what it works best on is barbecue. Like if you're barbecuing a ribeye steak, oh my God. The only thing I put on there besides, and I won't even use steak sauce. If I'm cooking it, I don't even use steak sauce. I take Everglades, I Everglades both sides of the meat. Pretty good. I put fresh cracked pepper on it, and I pat it in so that it won't fall off easy. And then a little bit of garlic. You know, I just sprinkle some powdered garlic on there, and that's it. Not garlic salt, powdered salt. Because the Everglades has plenty of salt in it already. And then I take it out and I put that grill right on top of the coals. Right on top. And when I bring the steaks out, the coals are just right. They've just quit, the black's gone. They've just quit burning. And I lay those on there. Now, here's the key. Don't touch them. This is where everybody screws up steaks, and this is where everybody screws up burgers. Don't touch them. Stick them on there until the bottom side is burnt, which takes just about 1 or 2 minutes because you've got it sitting right on the fire, right? Then flip it over, and then don't touch it again. You only sit it, flip it, and remove it. That's it. That's the key to grilling. It's the thing that most men have a problem with because they have to fiddle fuck with everything. They can't just leave it alone. I watch guys smash their hamburgers over and over again. Flip and smash, flip and smash, flip and smash. I'm like, that's going to be the driest ass shit burger I've ever ate in my life. Burgers should have pink in the middle. They should be cooked very well on the outside with pink in the middle, and you never touch them. You lay them on the grill. No lid, no bullshit, no nothing. Don't put a lid on them. Don't bring the lid down. Put them on the grill as close to the fire as you can get. The moment that burger is starting to burn, you pick it up and you flip it one time and sit it back down. Don't ever smash a burger. That's the key to good grilling. I'm telling you, it's the key. Don't touch it. When the bottom side now becomes almost black or as close to black as you want, because I like mine black and blue. I like the inside red and then pink, and I like the inside black, the outside black. That's called black and blue. That's the best way to eat beef. That's how I eat my ribeyes. That's how I eat my steaks. Black and blue. And when you cook a steak like that, even if you cook it to where it's just pink, a lot of people don't like the blue, they like the pink. That's fine. If you want it just pink, that's fine. If you cook it like I say, and you don't smash it, and you don't touch it, what happens is that crust on the outside seals all that juice into the burger. It seals it in there. When you get my burger to your table and you cut into it, shit will run out of it. You'll actually get au jus coming out of your burger. That's how moist it is. Because I never touched it. I watch these people smash their burgers down into the grill until there's no moisture left in this hockey puck. Yeah, I love apple juice. I could just drink apple juice all day, and then I get sick of it later. But, yeah, if you eat beef medium well, don't bother. Get pork, it's cheaper. Beef is not supposed to be cooked well. It's not good well. It doesn't taste good well. It doesn't retain its moisture when you cook it medium well. My suggestion is I wouldn't even eat it. Don't waste your money on beef. It's not worth eating if you're going to eat it medium well. But I understand. I don't know what UC is, but I understand that some people have health problems and they need to cook their food thoroughly. I get it. Yeah, I don't do anything on ice. Another weird quinky dink about me. I don't use ice in drinks. When I go out, I order my drinks without ice. The only exception is iced tea. It's in the name. You have to put it in iced tea. Yeah, pork has to be cooked well, so you don't have a choice. That's what I mean by pork. It's cheaper. But yeah, that's basically the way I do it. And I would never put ice in my apple juice because it would water it down. I can't stand watered down drinks. There's no ice in this. That's why I use a thermal cup, because I pull it out of the fridge, it's cold, and I drink it that way. But I won't use ice because it just makes everything taste like shit. You know what I used to do? And I finally quit doing it because it was a mess. I used to make ice with Mountain Dew. Yeah, I would pour Mountain Dew in ice trays. But it does make a mess of the freezer. But I would pour Mountain Dew in ice trays and make ice. And then I would crack those into a big thing of Mountain Dew ice. And then when I was making my drink, I'd get some cubes out. And it works pretty good. The cubes don't quite get as hard. And they're a little messy and gooey because of the syrup and stuff. So I quit doing it. But I actually did that because it's the only way I can get ice and actually use it. Hey, D Beard, man, have a good one. We'll see you again. I'll say tomorrow night for the next 3 minutes. It's almost midnight. I'm going to wait to 3 minutes now to sign off so I can say I did till midnight. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like watered down drinks at all. I don't drink water. Water is disgusting to me. If I have to drink water, like if I get sick or I've got a bad tooth and I have to drink some water, I get it ice cold. Oh my God, it needs to be like freezing with ice in it and everything else. And then I'll drink it, but I still don't like it. Water's disgusting. It's just nasty. It's just, oh God. That's why I always respond, you mean like in the toilet? Yep, I feel bad that you can't do medium rare, because medium rare is the best. But anyway, yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna put that in right now so I can watch it as soon as I end this. The Winnebago Man. I'm gonna put it in here right now. I got it. It looks like a 7-minute video. I'm gonna watch this. This looks like fun. I guess the guy's dead, but this is gonna be fun. I found the one. This is the most complete footage of the Winnebago Man. It's 7.5 minutes. This is going to be fun. I'm going to watch this after. I don't know if I can show it. Somebody's probably got it copyrighted or some bullshit. Whatever. All right. All right, guys, I'm going to sign off now. We're coming up on midnight in 1 minute, and then I'm going to go ahead and sign off. I do appreciate the almost 1,000 people that came through tonight. I appreciate my members and especially my moderators. Thank you all for being here tonight. Yeah, I would just play it now, but if they've got this listed as copyrighted and I play it in its entirety, then it's going to end up dinking me on here, and I'll end up losing all of my monetization for today. I'll play, there'll be a car drive by, and I'll get 9 seconds of Pink Floyd on here, and I will lose my monetization. I'll have to fight to get some of it back. I had one, I did a 12-hour broadcast, 12 hours. I went from noon to midnight, covering riots and covering every crazy-ass thing in the world, and at the end of the day, I lost monetization on the entire video because of about 22 seconds of music. And so I'm a little gun shy, especially with these longer videos. I'm a little gun shy because, you know, this counts as like 2 regular videos today. So I would end up losing like the equivalent of 2 nights of work if I ended up putting something in I shouldn't. Big, beautiful show. Best show ever. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And that's it. And again, thanks, Matt, for that super chat. And I will see you guys tomorrow. It's now 12:01 on the East Coast, 9:01 on the left coast, behind enemy lines. My name's Ian. This is StarShip Adventures, broadcasting worldwide on YouTube, the world's largest-ass broadcast platform. And we are glass all the way to Al Gore's house. So that's awesome. And we get great speeds here. Everything's doing good. And we'll see you guys again tonight at 9 p.m. right here on the Sights and Sounds of Earth. I want to thank everybody one last time for coming in tonight, especially those of you who hung out for most of the night. It's been a long show. 6 hours. My ass is sore. All right, everybody. Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow night. KO4 EFS QSY. This is the YouTube channel StarShip Adventures, broadcasting live from StarShip Studios in North Fort Myers, Florida, in the United States of America. We thank you for joining us this evening for another broadcast of the Sights and Sounds of Earth, covering every breaking news story across this troubled planet of ours. We brought you the raw, unfiltered pulse of the world in real time through our unique multi-screen format, broadcasting in high definition worldwide via fiber optic connection. StarShip Adventures, a new kind of YouTube content. To our regular viewers, our loyal crew members, our amazing moderators, and everyone who tunes in each night at 9 p.m. Eastern, we thank you. Your support keeps this independent voice alive and well. We'll be back tomorrow evening at 9 p.m. Eastern with another live edition of the Sights and Sounds of Earth, right here on StarShip Adventures. Until then, stay safe, stay informed, and may God bless you and these United States of America. This is StarShip Adventures, and this concludes our broadcast day. Good night, America, and around the world. Kilo Oscar 4, Echo Foxtrot Sierra, signing off. QSY, 7-3s, everyone, 7-3s.